All right, all right, all right. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Finally got a mouse over here, so I don't have to reach up here every freaking time. So, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Let some people get in here. Oops. All right. So today we have a lot of different. Today we have a lot of different things we are going to go over. I have all the tabs pulled up. I like to think I am more prepared this morning than I usually am. Okay. A lot of the times I feel like I just am not prepared whatsoever. So hopefully everything is good. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully all is Gucci. Let a little bit more people get in here. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. All right, so got a lot of stuff we're gonna go over today. A lot of topics. Okay, so a lot of crazy stuff has happened since Friday. A lot of crazy stuff. Now, I feel like us saying Candace Owens needs to stay safe is like probably solidified now. We've been saying that she needs to stay safe for a while, and we've been saying it because we had a feeling that what she was saying and things like that were going to get her into deep trouble, hot water with the people, and it already has, right? So, in topics today, one of the topics is Candace Owens stated on her Twitter that she has sources that have told her and proof that she has a paid hit out on her from France. Okay, we'll go over that along with Israel strikes Beirut, kills another top Hezbollah military leader. We have Whoopi Goldberg says God doesn't make mistakes when it comes to trans women and trans women or trans men into men becoming trans and then playing in women's sports. She's saying God doesn't make mistakes. They should be able to play in sports. We've seen women play sports. We know how strong they can be. Okay. Then we also got Michelle Obama dancing after she's on camera saying that she has to do so much with her hair and other things that when it comes to style to live up to white women's standards. We have Cash Patel saying Thomas Crooks worked alone. I know that's a bit of an older one, but I want to go over it. Another one, which pretty much we've seen coming with everything that's been going on in Dearborn, Michigan, and other places. Trump is now designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. Okay. And another bad look for Trump is, well, one of his top supporters, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is stepping down from Congress after Trump bashes her and goes after her for sticking up for the Epstein victims. Another one, contractors allegedly caught bringing minors through an international airport through allegedly caught bringing minors through an international airport, still continuing the alleged Biden administration child trafficking ring, right? Now, this is all alleged. I'm just reading off stuff, okay? So now we're going to go over some stuff. Let's go over a couple of these things here before we get into the Candace Owens clip. I don't know if she has literally said anything about anything when it comes to this stuff, but we shall see. So, first, FBI confirms lone gunman in assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Exclusive. Washington. Thomas Matthew Crooks, the 20-year-old who attempted to assassinate the then former President Donald Trump at a campaign rally on July 13th, 2024 in Butler, Pennsylvania, acted entirely alone. Okay, according to findings shared exclusively with Fox Digital. The conclusions follows one of the most extensive investigations ever conducted into an attack on a U.S. political figure described by Beirut officials. Crooks opened fire from a rooftop overlooking the rally on July 13th, glazing Trump's ear and killing 50-year-old firefighter Corey Comparator, while injuring two other attendees. Secret Service counter snipers finally shot Crooks seconds later. RIP to this man. Hero was shielding his family and kids, I'm pretty sure, from the bullets and sacrificed his own life. On Friday, in an exclusive briefing to Fox Digital, FBI Director Kash Patel, Deputy Director Don Bongino, and senior FBI official outlined the full scope of the probe and addressed ongoing questions about Crook's motive, online behavior, and whether outside factors played a role. There were 485 personnel assigned to the case, conducting more than 1,000 interviews and reviewing over 2,000 public tips. According to the FBI, agents executed more than 10 search warrants, issued 100 subpoenas, and examined 35 online accounts linked to Crooks, including social media, finance records, and multiple foreign-based email accounts. As we know, Thomas Crooks did have different VPN situations. He had, pretty sure, a email from Germany and another few places. Not sure where. We'll go over that. Investigators seized 13 electronic devices belonging to Crooks and his family, and manually reviewed them over 500,000 digital files. Even the foreign email accounts, which were registered in Germany and Belgium, were fully accessed through the international cooperation. FBI officials told Fox News Digital that none of the accounts contained evidence of coordination with foreign entities. Well, you think it's kind of weird that he has an email from Germany, right? FBI leadership downplayed Crook's online activity initially, which Patel and Bongino said was inaccurate. Crooks had posted violent, anti-government content online years earlier, but Bureau officials emphasized that these posts did not provide legal grounds for an investigation at the time, and no tip was ever submitted about him. Really? Okay. Anyone else that watched the Tucker Carlson video will know that he was saying some pretty crazy stuff online, right? In the days before the shooting, Crooks used his email registered from Trump, or Crooks used his email to register for Trump's rally, monitored weather in Butler, reviewed directions to local hospitals. Crooks, according to Fox News, also searched, quote-unquote, how far was Oswald from Kennedy? Investigators uncovered no manifesto or no writings that explained why he planned the attack. Investigators discovered an undetonated explosive in Crooks' vehicle, which could have been remotely triggered but was left off. His shots came from a .223 caliber rifle owned by his father. Despite months of investigative work, officials say no motive has been identified. Bongino stated to Fox News Digital that there was no motive for it. There is no reason for it. Okay, yeah. So, now, you want to know what's kind of crazy? Is why is it that when these guys decide to go out and, attempt to assassinate people, they want to use someone else's weapon? Why do they use... Okay, why is my camera doing this? Why do they use, like Tony Robinson or Tyler Robinson? Why is he using his grandfather's weapon? Why is Thomas Crooks using his father's weapon? Like, come on now. What's going on here? We'll watch a couple of these videos. We'll move on to the next.
Have you seen the new reporting from both the New York Post and also from Tucker Carlson? I have. I saw the New York Post report, and also watched. Actually, Glenn Beck was talking about Carlson's. I haven't seen Tucker Carlson's show it directly, but I did see Glenn Beck's reporting on it.
By the way, if anyone has not seen Tucker Carlson's report on Thomas Crooks, I'd highly recommend you go watch his breakdown of Thomas Crooks and him deep diving into him and the situation. He did a very fantastic job, and opened my eyes to a lot more things as well when it comes to the Thomas Crooks case and what's going on.
And I found
Again, we'll just go over a little bit of this videos, then move on.
And I watched that whole episode. I found that very interesting, very troubling as well. And it really, some of the information they were sharing was not verified yet. Nonetheless, it, I think, warrants an additional look from Congress. We had taken, really, our mission on the assassination task force was to leave no stone unturned. And with this new additional information, I think we need to turn over a few more stones and talk to this FBI, because I do think Kash Patel is committed to transparency. When you look and compare him to his previous two predecessors, you have, I think, Comey, in totality, released about 3,000 documents to Congress in his entire tenure. And then Wray, it was 13,000, which was an improvement. but Patel in just a year has been 38,000. So I really do think he's putting his money where his mouth is. But we need additional questions answered.
So this information that's coming out, more of it's now starting to become confirmed, talking about Thomas Crook's YouTube channel, some of the posts that were made, some of the groups that he was in. You feel as though there are questions that have been left unanswered, and that President Trump's FBI will now hopefully begin to answer some of those questions, some that were left unturned.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that just smack you in the face are they told us that he didn't have that big of a footprint on social media. That doesn't seem to be true now. And not to say that was maybe expansive, but it was certainly more expansive than they led us to believe. That's one. And then two, they were talking about political motivations. They said he didn't seem to have many, but he seemed to have, I think, anti-Semitic and anti-immigration viewpoints. And they didn't tell us about his perhaps.
Well, they were saying that Thomas Crooks initially turned out to be like a big conservative person. He was more conservative leaning, right leaning. Then after a while he became left leaning, making comments under certain videos saying that something about violence. I can't remember specific. I don't want to quote nothing that's not the right quote. So
Perhaps fascination with Mao. I think that was interesting in and of itself. And some other things. From our investigation, it seemed that we had obviously a very troubled young man. He was focused on and really obsessed with violence and then violent rhetoric. We didn't know that part initially. This has just come out now. So that angers me. The fact that when I think the assassination task force was stood up at the end of July, I think it was July 29th, we didn't see the rifle that he used until November 18th. That's 4 months. Why? Would it have some secret that China was going to use against it? It was serious. It was silly. The fact that I was asking direct questions to the FBI about what kind of rifle was it? Or scope rather, was it a red dot scope? Was it a magnified scope? They didn't share any of this information with us. So we felt like we were getting stonewalled. And then we finally went to Quantico, which was in November. It was a long time in coming. So this just kind of fits that pattern of delay, and maybe not share everything.
You use the word anger a few times, and that's obviously how you feel right now. Is that also how maybe some of your colleagues feel as well that served on that task force, saying, okay, this information is coming out now. This was either, I don't want to say it was hidden, but it was not divulged to the task force, and that there is absolutely a search for answers here. Like, that's where the bottom line comes in. We need answers.
Well, that's a great question, because was it deliberate or was it incompetence? It's one of the two. Why we didn't get this full, expansive report and reporting to us. It should have been quicker, and it should have been more, really, again, all-encompassing, and it wasn't.
What questions specifically are you looking to, focus in to get answered? Was it what you just mentioned in terms of, was it deliberate? Was it intentional? Are there other questions that specifically you have now moving forward that you say, these are the ones specifically I want to ask to those in charge?
One of the deputies for former Director Wray, Paul, I believe his name is pronounced Abadi, he was the one that shared with us that, well, he has these anti-immigrant and anti-Semitic views. Well, why did he feel compelled to tell us that and not the other information? Is that all he had? I just find it very interesting that it would fit into a narrative that a Biden DOJ would want to put out there.
All right, this kind of just not it. I mean, this is old here. It's Thomas Crook shit anyway. So we'll move into now this. Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene will resign from Congress in January. Georgia Republican Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene announced Friday she is resigning from Congress next year, effective January 5th, 2026. The bombshell development comes a week after President Donald Trump withdrew his support from Greene. One of his staunchest allies, after she criticized him about his administration about their handling of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, along with other matters. In a 4-page statement announcing her resignation posted on X, Greene repeatedly addressed her recent falling out with Trump. Quote unquote, standing up for American women who are R-worded at 14, trafficked and used by rich, powerful men, should not result in me being called a traitor and threatened by the President of the United States, whom I fought for, which she did adamantly fight for the President of the United States. Especially you get him in office, spent millions of her own dollars. I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much and do not want my sweet district to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms, Greene added. Greene, who has served in the House since 2021, came under attack from Trump last week when the president announced that he was removing his endorsement of Greene's re-election campaign after she broke party rank and signed onto a discharge petition forcing a vote to order the Department of Justice to release the full Epstein files, another issue that Green has come to champion from and campaign trail to Capitol Hill in recent years. Good morning, Ink JB. Welcome in, brother. God bless, God bless. In a social media post, Trump called Green a ranting lunatic who has gone too far left, and in an ensuing online back and forth with Green over the weekend. He called her Marjorie Traitor Green, and he said he would support the primary challenger. In a video released Friday alongside her statement, Green said, quote unquote, "My self-worth is not defined by a man, but instead by God." In a brief phone interview with ABC senior political correspondent Rachel Scott on Friday, Trump said that Green's resignation is great news for our country. He said he has no plans to speak with her and he wishes her well. "Quote unquote, I think it's great news for our country. It's great," the president told Scott, adding Green did not give him a heads up. "Nah, it doesn't matter, but I think it's great," he said. "I think she should be happy." And in the following, okay, by the way, let me go over that quick. Trump for that is just terrible. I mean, Trump literally is just fake at this point. If Marjorie Taylor Greene is as nice as people say, and as down to earth as people say, and has supported Trump as much as she says, if Trump has so much loyalty to him, like other people say, why is he going against Marjorie Taylor Greene? I don't get it. MTG. Why is he doing that? Because she wanted to release the files and help our American people out? That's really what she was doing. She's helping out the American people by getting what we have wanted out. We've been wanting the Epstein files out for like 5 years now. 6. And she's, just because she supported him to get into office doesn't mean she can't fight for what's right. Just ridiculous. The falling out with Trump was the apparent breaking point for the lawmaker who came to define the MAGA movement on Capitol Hill. Whether it was fighting Trump's second impeachment following January 6th Capitol attack wearing a Make America Great Again hat at then President Joe Biden's State of the Union address, she warned in her resignation statement that if she's cast aside by MAGA movement, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well, though she did not rule out and return and elect to office in the future. So she might, go back to be reelected. When the common American people finally realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead, the reality is that the common American people poses a real power over Washington, and I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. So we can just watch what she said. She did give a very powerful, she did give a good speech about it. You know what I'm saying? It's sad, and Trump's just a traitor at this point. He's going against his own people, and like she said, when she said that, him doing this to me is him doing it to you, he did say to Americans, like, if you want the Epstein files released, you're not MAGA or something like that. Trump is just, yeah. He's just making himself look worse and worse, and people who supported him, like this woman really supported him, fought for him, even when it was taboo and it would get her in trouble or it would get her yelled, get her looked at differently. She still did it.
Bombshell Republican firebrand Marjorie Taylor Greene, once one of President Trump's most vocal defenders, announcing her plans to resign from Congress amid a spiraling feud.
Hey guys, I don't mind if you guys say stuff in the chat, but please keep it PG. Let's not say the R word. Let's not say all this other stuff. Let's keep it PG. Let's not get your boy demonetized. Double tap that screen, show some love and support, get those likes up, hit the subscribe button, join the See Me Now family. God bless you guys. Happy Monday. Good morning.
igniting the president's MAGA base.
I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026.
After breaking with the president on a variety of issues, a growing Trump-Green rift recently reaching a point of no return when the Georgia congresswoman became one of just a handful of GOP lawmakers to help force a House vote to compel the release of the DOJ's Jeffrey Epstein files. Trump calling her a traitor, the congresswoman hitting back.
Standing up for American women who were raped at 14 years old, trafficked and used by rich, powerful men should not result in me being called a traitor and threatened by the President of the United States.
First elected in 2020, Green quickly becoming a lightning rod on Capitol Hill.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
For years, Green synonymous with Trump's MAGA movement, standing firmly by his side in the aftermath of the January 6th Capitol attack, even wearing a MAGA hat to President Biden's State of the Union.
This one, I never, ever want to have her as my enemy. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Where is she?
But cracks started to form months ago when Green began accusing the president of betraying his America First campaign promises, critical of his support
Well, he is.
for Israel and policies for specialized foreign workers.
I don't know what happened to Marjorie. She's a nice woman, but I don't know what happened. She's lost her way, I think.
This morning, Green speaking directly to the president's base.
If I am cast aside by the President and the MAGA political machine, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well.
And President Trump responding to Green's plan to resign this morning, doubling down in a post, calling her a traitor again, saying that she did not want to face a primary challenger that he would endorse. But Green with a parting shot on Trump and Republicans in that video released last night, saying that she believes they will lose control of the House in the 2026 midterms. Guys.
All right, Jay O'Brien for us. We appreciate it. And Rachel, you spoke with President Trump last night about this. What did he tell you?
Yeah, I called President Trump last night around 9 p.m. because I wanted to get his reaction to this news that Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene would now be resigning, stepping down from Congress. And look, this is one of his staunchest allies in Congress, a fierce defender of the president. He told me this was great news for the country. He says that he wishes her well. He says that she did not give him a heads up on this one, but it really does not matter. Striking words from the president, who once praised Marjorie Taylor Greene over and over again. And of course, the split contrast, because it wasn't just that, but then the president quickly turned in our conversation to Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect here in New York City. He said they had great chemistry. He said that he couldn't have been nicer. I had one Republican text me after I posted this on social media saying, this was not on my bingo card for 2025. This is quite something. What a political day it was yesterday.
Yeah, and with the Zohran Mamdani thing, don't forget that, Bibi Netanyahu was banking on Zohran Mamdani and Trump not getting along. And when I was watching coverage the other day, Donald Trump actually sent out a lot of the reporters to the front where they usually pull up. And it made it look like Mamdani was late. But they ended up having a secret meeting, and they snuck Mamdani in and had a meeting. And then so everybody had to end up rushing into the Oval Office to hear what they had to say about said meeting. But, I mean, that meeting that they had took all the power away from Bibi Netanyahu now. There was questions asked about, one reporter asked, Trump, what do you think about Mamdani claiming that if Netanyahu came to New York that he would arrest him? Things like that. So now that Donald Trump is endorsing him in a way, if Mamdani messes up New York, that's on Mamdani, because Trump fully snuck him into the White House, had snuck in a meeting, fully kind of, you can say, endorsed him in a way, said that they had a good conversation and that they believe that they can work good together and that all they want is the betterment of New York and lower crime. And you can tell that there might be a little something on Mamdani because, we'll watch a little bit of it, but let's get into the next thing. All I gotta say is that let's get into the next thing. The next topic. Yeah, it sucks for Marjorie Taylor Greene, man. But okay, so Trump designates the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. As of late November 2025, President Donald Trump has stated his intention to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization, with paperwork reportedly being finalized. Thank you to KNG for the subscription. God bless you. However, the group has not yet been officially designated. The U.S. government at the federal level, okay? But this was going to be a big thing, right? If this happens, this is going to be a big thing. Like what's going on in Dearborn, Michigan, everybody that's getting hurt and assaulted on both sides. There's going to be big things that happen if this does happen. If they do assign the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization, there's no telling what's going to happen in the United States. Oh, S. Birdie, you're the one who subscribed. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, they're doing too much, man. I was talking about the other day, they're doing way too much. Especially when I got a couple videos I'll show you, but they're just doing way too much, man. There's too much stuff going on. And if he does that, there's no telling what's going to happen. All right, Israel says it killed senior Hezbollah official in its first strike in Beirut in months. Harek, Lebanon. Israel on Sunday struck Lebanon's capital for the first time since June, saying it killed Hezbollah's chief of staff, Haitham Tabtabadababa, however you say his damn name, and warning the Iran-blocked militant group not to rearm and rebuild a year after their latest war. The strike in Beirut's southern suburbs killed 5 people and wounded 25 others, Lebanon's health ministry said. Hezbollah confirmed Tabtabi's death. Earlier, it said that the strike launched almost exactly a year after the ceasefire in the Israel-Hezbollah war threatened an escalation of attacks. Just days before Pope Leo, whatever that is scheduled to visit Lebanon in his first foreign trip. Quote, "We will continue to act forcefully to prevent any threat to the residents of the North and the state of Israel," Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said. The military instructed residents in northern Israel near the Lebanese border to continue with daily routines, indicating that they did not anticipate any military rebuttal, basically. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also accused Tabtabti of leading Hezbollah's effort to rearm. Israeli airstrikes over southern Lebanon have intensified in recent weeks, while Israel and the United States have pressured Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah. Israel asserts that the group is trying to rebuild its military capabilities. The Lebanese government, which supports disarming Hezbollah, has denied those claims. It also says troops have deployed in the south, but that is its cash-strapped army needs more resources, whatever. Hezbollah has not attacked Israel since the ceasefire began in December. It fired a couple of rockets that landed in open territory near an Israeli military base and called it a warning. Tabtabdi had been the apparent successor of Abrim Akil, who was killed in September 2024 in Israeli attacks that wiped out much of Hezbollah's senior leadership, including longtime leader Hassan Nasrallah. Tabtabdi, that's what I'm going to say because I can't pronounce his name, also led Hezbollah's elite Radwan unit. In 2016, the U.S. designated him as a terrorist, calling him a military leader who led Hezbollah's special forces into Syria and Yemen, and it offered up $5 million for information about him. Hezbollah, or quote unquote, Hezbollah's leadership is studying the matter of response and will take the appropriate decision, Mohammed Qatmi said, deputy chair of Hezbollah's political council, told the journalists at the scene, quote unquote, "The strike of the southern suburbs today opens the door to an escalation of the assault over Lebanon." Lebanon's president, Joseph Owen, in a statement condemned the strike and accused Israel of refusing to implement its end of the ceasefire agreement. He called on the international community to intervene with strength and seriousness to stop the attacks on Lebanon and its people. Israel's military statement said Israel remains committed to the understandings agreed upon the Israel and Lebanon ceasefire. Smoke could be seen in the busy Harik neighborhood where Israel did not issue an evacuation warning before the strike. The 4th floor of the apartment building was damaged. Gunshots were heard and dispersed crowds as emergency workers arrived. All right, that's enough on that topic, whatever. So Israel strikes again, man. The thing is that after Trump met with Mamdani, I'm not surprised because, Netanyahu was kind of banking on Trump really hating Mamdani and them not getting along. And, The fact that Trump snuck Mamdani into the White House, they had their meeting, then they go into Oval Office to talk about said meeting, and it looks like Mamdani's eating out of Trump's hand, really takes all the power away from Netanyahu. And I feel like he may have did this allegedly because he's mad about that situation. By the way, bro, just before we go into anything else, if anyone knows who this guy is, this is not political. Um, but I just wanted to say shout out to this guy. God bless Brendan Buckingham, man. I really love his channel. I love what he does. He does awesome videos. His last video before he posted this one, he's very sick, guys. You'll see in the video. He was actually in the Middle East. He was in Lebanon, and he was giving out money, helping people out, stuff like that. This just came into my mind, and I wanted to cover it because I really love Brandon Buckingham. Really good YouTuber. Really, awesome to watch. So prayers out to him. Let's watch this video quick. This is very sad. So everybody pray for Brandon Buckingham. And go subscribe to his channel if you don't know who he is. Give his video likes. Send through super thanks. He needs help while he's in the hospital.
Hey guys, my name is Brandon Buckingham, and it really pains me to write this, but I feel obligated to only because I have an 11-month-old baby who is taken care of by my beautiful
God, he has an 11-month-old baby. Fuck, it's just sad.
stay-at-home wife who I provide for. 4 days ago, I woke up not knowing where I was, completely deaf. My feet were swollen, and I was in severe pain. I was rushed to urgent care and eventually the ICU. I was very disoriented, confused, and unable to breathe. The initial diagnosis was acute systolic heart failure, kidney failure, and liver failure, all things brought on by pneumonia and subsequent sepsis or possibly tuberculosis. The good news is they no longer think I have tuberculosis. The bad news is my heart is still failing, and my lungs and kidneys are still in very rough shape. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but I know for sure if I do survive, it will be a very long recovery, and I will not be able to provide for my family for at least several months if things go well. A cardiology specialist informed me that I may be on bed rest for 2 to 4 months, and as I recover from this very scary, life-threatening illness, I will need help with things like my mortgage, utilities, baby supplies, and the over $100,000 in medical debt I've racked up while dealing with this nightmare. I will also likely need to be on heart medication the rest of my life. I've never asked for help before, but my heart is currently only working at 15 to 20%. So if anyone out there cares, please consider donating to my GoFundMe to help me provide until I am able to work again, as well as help pay off the medical bills I've racked up. And if you aren't able to donate, please consider by watching my videos, as I won't be able to upload new ones for a while. Thank you for all your love and prayers. This has been one of the scariest times in my life, and all your support has meant the world to me.
Yeah, that's very sad, you guys. I love Brendan Buckingham's channel. So let's go to his GoFundMe. I want you guys to, if you care at all, I don't know if you guys know who Brandon Buckingham is. He's a very good YouTuber, has a very good heart. He goes around and, does his journalism, and he's just a very good guy. And I feel for him. I can't believe that this is happening to him, and it's very sad. So if you guys want, go to Brandon Buckingham's GoFundMe. They've already raised almost $300,000. That's crazy. But that just shows how good, how good it is, or how good his fan base loves him, and how good he has, how much support he has. So go support to his GoFundMe, guys. Brandon Buckingham. Support Brandon Buckingham's medical recovery. Go show some love and support, you guys. Very sad. Very, very sad. All right, so next we're going to get into Candace Owens apparently has a hit on her head from France. I am told that payments for my assassination are running through the Club des Cent in France. This means that there is a paper trail, and I encourage the patriots of France to do what they can do to uncover it. I would do it again. I would again like to stress that there was a French female assassin, but also a male Israeli assassins that were selected to kill me. These are joint state operations. So remember when we were telling Candace Owens to be safe, and there was no solidified threat against her yet, right? Remember that? Well, now we definitely need her to be safe. So if this is true, this is freaking crazy. Okay? This is just insane. Candace Owens has been uncovering a lot of stuff lately. I would not be surprised if this isn't, or if this isn't fake and this is true. But the fact that it's out there and she knows about it, like at this point, why would people want to like do this stuff so like publicly? Like at this point, doesn't everybody know that everybody's like sending Candace Owens tips? Like everybody's like telling her things because they love her and they want to learn about what's going on. And they want to justice for Charlie Kirk. Like she's being her podcast has been so impactful and has reached so many people worldwide. You really think you're going to get away with doing this? Like that would be the dumbest thing to do, is hurt her. Like the dumbest. So here she says, I have informed people in the federal government and the White House of the France and Israeli assassination plot. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I can't read. I have informed the people in the federal government and the White House of the France and Israeli assassination plot, and I'm willing to provide full details as well as the name of the assassins. That's crazy if she has the actual names of the assassins. That's just crazy. And international accounts in France and Canada through which money was exchanged. Beyond that, I have shared more information with the public regarding the Bridget story. I was investigating at the time of Charlie's assassination. This is all available on my Instagram story. Thank you all again for reaching out and praying for my family. Okay, so real quick, we'll head over to her Instagram story. I am going to shut this down quick. And we can go to Instagram and Candace Owens. Yeah, so if they're doing this to Candace Owens, I mean, this is just insane. I can't imagine. I mean, if they're gonna do it, why would they, like, how would Candace even get to find out? Like it's just, oh. Okay, so apparently there's nothing on her story. Yeah, so never mind about that. So yeah, we are gonna get into, by the way, Woody from the YSL trial lost his son. RIP to Woody's son. YSL Woody from, or whatever you call him, just Woody Self-Made on Kenneth Copeland on Instagram. He lost his son, passed away. I don't know how he passed away, but very sad story. So yeah, Candace Owens, stay safe, man. I don't know what to say. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Here Candace Owens reposted this 8 hours ago. I think we need to pay more attention to the Rothschilds family. Its Frankfurt Sebastianists and Frankist roots are very suggestive. They are behind Soros and globalism, EU and Israel. Yeah. 48 minutes ago, Candace just posted this. When everything is said and done, and the public learns that Macron allegedly moved $1.5 million for my assassination, how will the world respond? Wow. $1.5 million. Guys, $1.5 million for the unaliving of Candace Owens. That's how much they're willing to pay.
This is connected.
I don't know if there's any music in this that's
that multi-state actors have dropped an assassination hit upon her. And today she dropped even more information about where that money has come from, and she says that the U.S. government knows about it. Today, other news sources are saying that their sources within national security are confirming that, yeah, the U.S. government knows about Candace Owens' assassination plot. And it's like, oh, of course they know about it. Because look what Candace has dug into about Charlie. The FBI's in on that one too, right? This is the deep state globalists. The deep.
By the way, I don't agree with anything that's being said in these videos. This is all everybody else's opinion. I allegedly agree with things, but I don't agree with things. YouTube, don't get mad at me.
State are globalist pedo fucks. This is connected to Epstein. It's connected to the Zionists. These motherfuckers are not one single state. They all work together. This is a whole group of satanic fucking pedo.
Okay, I don't know how much of this I can really play on YouTube, and I'm not gonna sit here and continue to play a lot. So again, I wanted to go over Whoopi Goldberg going over the fact that trans women should be able to play in men's or women's sports because God, quote unquote, does not make mistakes. God knows what he's doing. And if you've seen women playing sports, you know what women are capable of. You know that they're strong. Women are strong. They're just as strong as men. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Last time I played a sport, I wanted to ask you, because there's been all of this debate about whether transgender athletes should be able to compete. And last week, California Governor Gavin Newsom said that he thinks that trans athletes competing in girls' and women's sports was deeply unfair.
I think that'd be the smartest thing Gavin Newsom has ever said in his life.
Now, I want to hear what you think, because I'll tell you what I think, too. Yeah. The last time I played a sport, I was 6 years old, and I was on a soccer team, but I assigned myself as the nurse. So I sat with the band.
How can you assign yourself as the nurse at 6 years old?
And so, in the words of Wicked, I am not that girl. But a dear friend of mine, Skylar, he is a trans athlete. His handle's Pink Manta Ray. That's someone who I really look to for guidance. And I think that is what's tricky is like now stepping in this identity. I'm still like a baby trans. You know, I've only 3 years in.
I'm a baby trans.
Tomorrow's my anniversary.
Your friend went Your friend went
We're clapping for mental disabilities, folks.
from female to male and is competing with other males.
Correct.
No. Yes.
Her friend.
Her friend. It went from female to male and is competing with other males.
So Gavin doesn't have a problem with that.
Well, I think part of the problem that the trans community is facing, and it's the same problem that women face, is if you don't know anything about our bodies, you don't know how it works.
I'm pretty sure I know that if a man turns himself into a quote-unquote woman, it's still a man, and he still has the physical strength and capabilities that are stronger than 99% of women.
So when you come in and you say, oh, you know, these are men, you know.
Get it out, Whoopi.
Competing against women.
You know, you remember when people used to love Whoopi Goldberg? You remember that? I feel like that's going away.
You're assuming that the women are weak and just can't do anything except be here. Have you seen?
If a man faces a woman in any sport, dude, a freaking, oh my God, dude. Okay.
Female athletes, they know what they're doing. So I'm not sure what's going on or why this is an issue. The same for me as when people say, oh, you know.
Why this is an issue. Whoopi, did you see that boxing fight when the transgender male whooped on the woman? Did you see that? Did you see it? I think the reason why these men who transition want to play in women's sports is because they can't compete with men. They suck. But even those guys who completely suck that transition are still going to beat the women in most cases.
I don't know how I feel about you. You do. God doesn't make mistakes.
No.
And the challenge is not to the trans people, it's to the people who are not trans. That's what God is looking to see, how you treat people.
Yeah.
That's what.
No, that's where God is saying you need to repent for your sins. You are making a top sin by chopping off your, yoo-hoo, and becoming a woman. She says God doesn't make mistakes. Well, then why are you trying to change yourself from the image that God made you in to a different image? You're making the mistake. God didn't make it. You're right. God made you a man, but you're the one making the mistake, turning yourself into a quote unquote woman.
That's
absolutely
what
right.
is happening. So I was
Absolutely
just
right.
curious as to what I liked your answer.
Thank you.
I liked your answer. I wanted to ask you.
No, that was just. Oh, Jesus. I just can't. All right, so here's another video. And then we're going to get into the Candace Owen stream from Friday. So, this is the Biden-Harris Child S Trafficking Administration at 3 a.m. caught on videotape. Contractors caught moving minors through Valley International Airport at 3 a.m. Federal amigos escorting minors through Valley International Airport at 3 a.m. trying to block the camera saying, "Welcome to America." A nearby Border Patrol agent smiles and says, "It happens every day. It's America." For 4 years, contractors trafficked infants, children, and minors from federal holding facilities to unvetted sponsors in America. Many of these sponsors are human traffickers, according to the New York Times, and under Biden-Harris terrorist administration, roughly 1/3 of these children have gone missing. Many of these children end up in debt bondage, working in slave-like conditions in factories or on farms. Not one Democrat said a word against it. Now, this is what they said, not what I said. Let's watch. I did find this to be pretty damning. Pretty damning. The fact that the Border Patrol agent says, "Yeah, it happens every day. This is America." That was really damning to me.
Where you guys moving these kids to?
None of your business, man.
You guys got paperwork for these kids?
Don't worry about it.
You know, 1/3 of these kids go missing.
Sorry.
You guys know anything about this? About,
Yeah, it happens every day.
about these guys moving these kids through the airport?
Yeah.
Straight up.
And he has like this attitude to him, like, yeah, I know, yeah.
It's America.
Welcome to America. Yo, what are you guys doing? I could film this in a public place, brother.
Put that away.
Where you guys moving these kids to?
None of your business, man.
Where you guys moving these kids to? Huh?
It's none of your business, Papa.
But you guys got paperwork for these kids?
Don't worry about it.
I am worried about it.
Don't worry about it.
I am worried about it. You know, 1/3 of these kids go missing.
Sorry.
1/3 of these kids go missing.
Wow.
This the truth?
It is. I don't know. You tell me.
Correct. That's according to the New York Times article. 1/3 of these kids are dropped off at this spot. I mean, these look like grown men, though. How old are these kids? You guys work for Compass Connections?
Say so.
Huh?
Say so.
Yes or no?
You didn't answer anything, man.
Okay, that's fine. Well, this is a public place. I'm allowed to film here.
You do whatever you want to do, that's fine.
Okay. Why are you guys so secretive? I'm so curious. Like, what's the big secret here? Hello?
Seems like you know more than us, so.
Huh?
Seems like you know more than us, so you tell us so.
Okay, I just don't understand. Well, like, why are you hiding your face, man? What's the big secret? Hey, amigo. Amigos. You tell these kids not to talk, huh? Yo, amigo. Damn, man. Well, what's going on here? Hey, can I ask you guys a question? I'm just filming for my own safety. You guys know anything about this?
Yeah, it happens every day.
About these guys moving these kids through the airport?
Yeah.
Straight up.
It's America.
It's America.
It's America, where we move kids through airports.
You heard that?
You guys proud of what you're doing here? It's pretty wild, man.
Welcome to America.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America. Yeah, so you guys remember, or I don't know if you guys truly remember, but we're one of the past streams I was on, we were talking. I showed how I don't know if he's a senator, I don't know what he is, some sort of person in the government. Higgins was his last name, talking about how when we had the open borders, we had over 400,000 children go missing. 400,000 children go missing. And they keep recovering them, or pipeline. Don't mind my pink fingernails. My daughters painted them, so yeah, I allow them to do that. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot of kids that went missing. It was basically a pipeline. And 3 a.m. they're walking these kids to an airport, have paperwork on them. Two grown men, three. They look like teenagers. I don't know what the hell they are. Honestly, they look like they could be in their early 20s, but a lot of stuff going on. Then the security worker saying, "This is America." Like, yeah, okay. Let me see what side he's on, right?
All right, you guys.
We're going to get into the Candace stream from Friday. Hopefully everybody's having a fantastic day. Again, the threat on her life. I'm not sure if she covers the threat on her life in this stream. I am not sure. But today's stream is going to be interesting. Or maybe she said she wasn't streaming today. I can't remember. Let's look at her X account real quick. Is she streaming today? That would be interesting to know. She is tweeting some. Yeah, she's tweeting. They're trying to figure out who the leak came from. Yeah, I mean, dude, if there's a threat on Candace Owens' life and the French literally put out a hit on her, that is an act of war. Like, how is that not an act of war? Like, if they came to America or they unalived her anywhere in the world, how is that not an act of war? How is America not going to want to do something about that? Because if not, that's telling. But that's an act of war. All for what, podcasting and exposing something? God, you think if you were really a woman that you wouldn't be going through all these great lengths to shut her up? Now everyone does think you're a man. God.
Friday, some more interesting tips are coming in. It seems that company, Satis, that French company, the angle has opened up a whole new level of possibilities here in this Charlie Kirk assassination story. And I have to tell you, I do not think that they were just painting planes this year. Rather, we've learned that just before Charlie's assassination, there was actually this joint military exercise, which was taking place related exactly to where the Egyptian yellow plane landed on its way to Provo. We need to definitely keep at it. Zionists are mad. I don't know why. This investigation really has set Zionists off. I think it's because we're getting closer, and Charlie would indeed want us to keep going, Max. So welcome back to Candace. PragerU's network is becoming increasingly prophetic. At the end of every one of those interviews, I would ask the questions from my viewers to whoever it was that I was interviewing. And this is the question that came in for Charlie, and this is how Charlie chose to answer that question. Take a listen.
Okay, who is, I already know this. You kind of already touched on this. Your all-time favorite historical figure, is it Milton Friedman or is there someone else? Jesus Christ?
Yeah, I
Milton
would
Friedman?
say I gotta always say Jesus Christ probably. Wow, that is a great question. Historical figure. So just for like to make it fun, let's just say before 1850.
Okay,
just
he's
to-
amending your question.
Yes,
It is
whoever
at
this
home,
is.
whoever this is.
Susie from Buffalo. I'm so sorry. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing,
Stunning.
right? That's the Mensa. I mean, I'm kidding. So I love the American founding fathers. Ben Franklin, I always really enjoyed. You know,
Who thinks they could have possibly had a relationship? I mean, they seemed really close. Like, I'd be super surprised if they didn't have a intimate relationship at some point. Alleged.
George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson I think are too cliche. So one I really enjoy that I just love learning from is Julius Caesar. I think he's one of the most interesting historical figures. If you want to talk about someone who lived a full life,
Right.
it's Julius Caesar. From conquering northern Germania to surviving and winning a Roman civil war,
Right.
to an unusual alliance and quelling a rebellion with Cleopatra, to eventually to ending the Roman Republic, to starting the Roman Empire, and then seeing the people that he benefited the most turn against him.
Right.
I think there's something very tragic and very interesting about that. So I think it's one of the most interesting, and you could learn, if there's something to learn about humanity, you could learn it through the prism of Julius Caesar.
Man, that sure is something to hear him say that. The people who benefited the most turned against him. Gaius Julius Caesar, that is correct, a general who had rightfully earned the respect of the people for leading them through the Gallic wars, a statesman, and finally a leader who in the end was betrayed and famously assassinated by the very people that he helped to build up. A conspiracy, a plot to murder him, which included a lot of people, politicians, of course, the senators, military men, close friends and confidants, the most infamous, of course, being Brutus. Now, some reports say that he viewed Brutus as a son. That's how close they were. Of course, that didn't stop Brutus from plunging the knife into him. 23 times Julius Caesar was stabbed by senators. And of course, Brutus, leading to the famed Shakespearean expression, and et tu, Brute, et tu. You as well, you too. Wow, you have turned against me as well. Now, why was Caesar assassinated? Because I don't know. He was too good, too adored, too respected by the people, thereby a threat somehow to the establishment of politics. It doesn't like to see somebody come through the ranks and achieve what they perceive to be power that they can't control. Yeah, the Bible is very clear that there is nothing new under the sun, and it appears that history is present again. Judas, Brutus, in the future, when we are long gone from this world, who do you guys think is going to be the person remembered most for this act of betrayal against Charlie? Not me, that's for sure. It's not going to be Candace Owens, okay? No one's going to be saying it.
Welcome in, Miss Hanson. God bless you. Hope you've been having a good. I hope you had a good weekend. Hope you've been doing well. God bless you. Welcome in. Hope everybody's having a good, fantabulous day. Let's run it up. Keep double tapping that screen. Let's try and keep getting in the algorithm. Much love to everybody, man. God bless you guys.
Et tu, Candace, et tu. I can tell you that right now in government, there is real panic. There is real discussion happening regarding the Egyptian planes. I was informed that yesterday evening because I'm getting the sense that they hold the key to solving Charlie's assassination. The media keeps trying these weird ways to debunk them. And we're going to find out. I've been confident from the beginning that this was not going to be a JFK assassination story. We are going to figure out who that foreign dignitary was who went to 920 North King on the morning of Charlie's assassination, who flew from Provo and landed into Wilmington, Delaware on the morning of Charlie's assassination. It is a very important question that needs answering. Got to tell you guys that we received another email, this time from somebody in the military who informed us about another piece that we were missing that could be crucial to this puzzle, taking a more serious look into that 1 hour layover stop when our yellow plane, SU-BTT,
Welcome in, Ronnie.
the tail number, came into the United States on September 4th. You might recall it stopped for just 1 hour in Minot, North Dakota, which I learned has an Air Force
Well, at least you're pronouncing it right. Last time she said Minot. Oh, I could not stand it.
base. It pretty much is just the Air Force Base, by the way, before making its way onto Provo. And here I'm going to read to you that email that I received. It says, "Hi, Candace. I am blank. One of the good ones, military member, one of the good ones. I think one of the keys to not overlook here is BTT's stopover in Minot, North Dakota. Why stop there at all on the 4th? Why not fly direct to Provo? Not only does Minot have an FBI office, but it also has an Air Force base. Among other tenants, that Air Force base is home to the 891st Missile Security Forces Squadron, a combined military and civilian security force that had just come off of Operation Valhalla, a training exercise in Minnesota from the 24th to the 29th of August, where the security forces practice long-range shooting practice, among other things. Remember on September 12th when Kash Patel ended his press conference with, quote, "Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, my brother. We have the watch and I'll see you in Valhalla." Yeah, very interesting thing to say. I don't believe in coincidences. That's how he ended the email, telling me to keep up the hard work. And so we investigated that, and that fact checked true, right? Minot definitely is home to exactly what we are telling you. I didn't know anything, by the way, about the city of Minot. I can tell you that North Dakota in general is not a very populous state, approximately 750,000 people statewide, okay? And in Minot, there are just 45,000 people, and that includes 5,000 people who are stationed there at the Minot Air Force. And it is home, as he indicated, to a global command strike center, which has participations between various countries on joint exercises. And we can show you right here that in the weeks leading up to Charlie's assassination, I mean, literally what he says, August 24th, 29th, Operation Valhalla took place in neighboring Minnesota. So they took the Minot boys and they took them over to Minnesota, and it included the military and, of note, the civilians. What's interesting, of note, civilians, and they trained from August 25th to August 29th. And we can read the details of that here. And by details, I mean this is what the public was.
Training in long-range shooting is kind of crazy, too. Like, that's a crazy little tidbit that she added, especially Operation Valhalla.
Told about what they were training for, okay? So this is on the Minot Air Force Base website. It says Operation Valhalla Strike was a week-long training where the 891st Squadron from Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota, traveled to Camp Ripley Training Center in Minnesota, August 24th, 29th, 2025. The advanced training focused on air-based ground defense and nuclear security tactics, the bread and butter of the squadron's mission. The training, called Operation Valhalla Strike, allowed the unit to complete requirements not possible at the Minot Air Force Base, including full-distance live fire exercises. Camp Ripley provided full-distance firing ranges, which allowed defenders to hone their rifle marksmanship and machine gun proficiency, exceeding the capabilities of standard Air Force 25-meter training ranges. Okay, the squadron of more than 250 dedicated airmen and civilians supporting the 91st Missile Wing's global deterrence mission by defending the United States with the world's premier combat-ready intercontinental ballistic missile force. Okay, cool. And yeah, it sure must be something of just a coincidence that Valhalla, which kind of struck everybody as odd, as was him going 33 hours. It was like there was a press conference that was happening for the American people, but he was signaling to other people who were like in the club to know what they needed to understand about what happened. Do you know what I mean? That's how I felt about Kash Patel's press conference and the things that he was saying. It just didn't, something felt weird about it. 33 hours. And of course, yes, he did say something about Valhalla. Let's take a listen to what Kash Patel said.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
That is very weird if the group of Army members came from Minot, went to Minnesota, what was it, Operation Valhalla or whatever, to practice long range shooting. Like, what a coincidence that is, right? That's freaking insane. Double tap that screen, guys. Show some love and support. All you got to do is hit your screen twice to get the likes up. If you're on the computer, hit the like button. Send through your super chats to get your questions answered, asked and answered. Get your name written on the donor wall. Show some love and support. On the road to 10,000 subs. Sorry, I don't know why the past few streams I have been belching a lot, I guess. Excuse me.
Probably just a coincidence, you guys, that this operation also fits just so neatly into our timeline. I love timelines. I love neat timelines. So let's pull that up again. I'm also going to introduce a couple of corrections to yesterday. First and foremost, July 20th, we talked about BTT, which came in for its longest trip. That's correct, from Cairo. It went through to Paris, and then it went to Omaha, Nebraska. I think yesterday I said that it stayed in Wilmington for 6 days. No, it only stayed in Wilmington for one night. It stayed in Nebraska for the longest stretch yet, departing from Nebraska, from Lincoln, Nebraska in particular. And this 6-day stretch of what they were doing in Nebraska actually might offer us a clue, because during this stretch on July 22nd, the Nebraskan Secretary of State, Bob Evan, announced that they were going to put together a trade and investment delegation to Cairo, Egypt. What are the odds? You got this plane from Cairo, Egypt, and we're going to pull this up and show you. And suddenly you got this guy, Bob Evans, and he says, yeah, you know what? Let's plan a trip to Cairo and see if we can make some money with them. I'm going to let you listen to, I think we have a news clip that will show you that happened.
Nebraska Secretary of State Bob Evans is inviting business and industry leaders to take part in a trade mission, investment mission to Egypt later this year. Egypt's position in North Africa makes it an ideal gateway to doing business in the greater Middle East region, and our state excels in several sectors that Egypt is keen to invest in, including agricultural goods, manufacturing, water management, medical technology, and more. The mission is currently scheduled for October 26th through November 2nd. However, the dates are subject to change. Those interested in joining the delegation to Egypt can visit the Secretary of State's website or contact the office to learn more.
And I want to say to my Nebraskans, we should probably figure out, I didn't have time to do this, we should go through a schedule and see who we met with, because I feel like that idea might be related to our planes. I just don't think like people in Nebraska are sitting around like, hey, we should go to Cairo, Egypt, and it happens to line up with this plane that comes in, literally comes in on the exact same day. I also, minor correction, I think yesterday I said that Tucker spoke on July 18th. He actually spoke on July 11th. I just kind of copy and pasted that over wrong, so we made that correction. Anyways, yeah, we can then see that we've added this addition. This Valhalla is now here on our timeline from August 24th to 29th. They have this joint operation Valhalla that's taking place at Camp Ripley, and we are really getting tight here. We are talking about T-minus 12 days until Charlie Kirk is going to be assassinated. And here's what I hope you guys are seeing here, why I have said this was so clearly a military operation. Everything about this story is military, okay? We are receiving tips, and we had been receiving tips I had ignored previously, that the French Foreign Legion was involved somehow in this assassination. Time will tell, okay? And I will present that more formally when I feel like we have concrete evidence. But we have begun the process of sharing information.
You want to know what another crazy thing is that I've seen? Is that if you look up, or like, okay, so there's Assassin's Creed, a game I used to play when I was younger, right? Awesome game, fun to play, running around buildings, doing missions, whatever. There's Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I forgot that the game was even named after that, Assassin's Creed, all about like being an assassin, all that other fun stuff, right? That's crazy. That's like such a weird coincidence.
Information with other content creators, because there's something about this that feels that holding information is not going to help us. We have to, as soon as we get it, spread it with people that we trust, people that are actually fighting for Charlie, people that are actually going max and telling the truth during this tremendous time of deceit. And what I can say for certain thus far is that the list of military connects in this story is just too long, okay? Charlie's surgeon, Dr. Lee Trotter, the alleged surgeon who apparently spoke about the miracle, we're supposed to assume spoke about the miracle, the 30-06. Again, he's not been confirmed, but we are pretty solid. This is our guy who happened to be a pilot who did his residency at an Air Force base. Oh, okay, that's interesting. We told you that Dr. Deidre Amaro is the medical examiner, Charlie's medical examiner, who they've curiously not wanted to address publicly. Yeah, I told you she's also a major in the military. Oh, who would have thunk it? Andrew Colvett, obviously, his brother and his cousin are captains in the military.
Gosh, I gotta clean off my keyboard. Guys, should we call Dr. Lee Trotter's phone number and ask for questions later? We were trying to get a hold of the surgeon a couple streams ago. We should do it again. We should call his number.
That's a fact. Frank Turek, who's there for the assassination, is a naval flight officer. His sons are in the Air Force. That's a fact. McCoy's naval intelligence background in psychological operations because of Granddad and famed, actually, the McCoy's famed. There was like a fleet of ships named after
Agreed,
the
Miss
McCoys.
Hansen.
Very high up military. The video, the only two videos that we have that were recorded allegedly of the shooter. First and foremost, the video of him running away after the shot, way too fast. If he was actually crouched down shooting, common sense, it's too fast. You couldn't be in a sprint that quickly. For anybody that's actually fired a rifle, you know that. You can't go from a crouching position to a full sprint in a split second. Well, that video was recorded by a person that is in the ROTC. I hunted that person down. Very strange. They didn't want to be involved and sent it through 3 people to release onto the internet. And then it is boosted. And that's the video that everybody sees. It's supposed to make us think that there was actually someone on that rooftop. Then there's the video the second video, which is the guy laying down before the shot, right? That also was recorded by a person in the military who actually teaches shooting. So this is not a military campus, guys. Burton Hibbs, Butch, the brother of Pastor Jack Hibbs. Jack Hibbs phones up Charlie. He's like, hey, can my brother come and listen to you speak? I guess this, whatever, it was a hotbed. Older people just love Charlie Kirk in Utah. Very hard to find a student that was just, on campus that day and went to hear Charlie speak, probably because they barely advertised this event for a reason, obviously. I think they wanted to control who was there. And there could have been a lot of people there that were controlled military men. That's my viewpoint. But Burton Hibbs, Butch, is the brother of Pastor Jack Hibbs, obviously sons, I showed you, of an Air Force chief. Tyler Robinson is a Boy Scout whose uncle Mitchell may be related. People have pulled this off of the internet, and I don't have a photo for you today. I should have grabbed it. Amber Robinson, there's just photos of them visiting an Uncle Mitchell. Is this the Mitchell that allegedly convinced him to turn himself in? Who's working? He's very much involved in the military, I believe, with shooting in Ukraine, of all places. It's getting shady. And of course, our now infamous planes, SUBTT and SUBNT, are Egyptian military planes. And every plane that seems to be flying over UVU that day is somehow military contracted planes. So are we supposed to think that this is all by coincidence? Or are we looking at an obvious military operation? And here's something else that I want to share with you. As I've reviewed this footage, and any time that I think that somebody is shady or somebody is brought to my attention that is involved or I would like more information on, they happen to be wearing a maroon shirt. Have you guys noted this? Everybody that day, like, I know, look, everybody is liberal and guys wear pink and, Abercrombie's a thing. But I have never in my life looked at, every guy seems to be wearing maroon, that I'm like, who is this guy? Oh, he's wearing a maroon shirt. Oh, he's wearing a maroon shirt. Tyler Robinson, everyone's wearing a maroon shirt, as if they were told to wear maroon shirts to identify each other. I'm communicating this to you because it keeps coming up in my research, and I think it means something. I think we need to hone in on the men, the people in the audience that are wearing maroon shirts. I don't think it's your go-to color for most men. In fact, it was so often that I was seeing this color that I reached out to my source at Utah, and I was like, maybe it's a school color. Maybe actually they're all buying shirts and buying T-shirts, and the school color for UVU is maroon. And he told me, no, it's not maroon. So this feels like something that we shouldn't ignore. I was able to track down a couple of episodes ago. I was telling you this bush situation seems to be a little odd. People thought they saw somebody speaking to a bush. And I was able to determine who that person was that kind of comes out of the bush. Again, not saying this person.
No, this guy was like literally in the bush. Like speaking to the bush is an understatement. He must have been like really whispering in that bush's ear, grabbing the leaves and saying something really mystique.
Has done anything wrong. But unusually, when I went to check that person's socials, they had posted on September 10th about their bulletproof skateboard that, I don't know if it was like a promo for his skateboard or whatever it was, but didn't do any follow-up posts about Charlie Kirk. Nobody in his family posted about Charlie Kirk. You had a front row seat and you watched Charlie Kirk die, and I guess no social posts about it, wasn't interested, maybe wanted to stay out of it. And then I obviously find out that his dad is the head of, and I hope I'm saying that correctly, president of the Mormon temple in Los Angeles. His name is, this person that was behind the bush is Jacob Kasparian. And then it just kind of becomes like a dark hole trying to figure out his father and his father's connections to the Middle East. So I am still working on that. But yes, he as well was wearing a maroon shirt. I think we need to pay attention to that as we widen our investigation, because if I was the military, and the reason we didn't promote this event, and again, we're theorizing here, but the reason we waited to the very last second to put up posters about this event was because you actually did want to control who went there that day. You didn't want a bunch of people driving in from all over to see Charlie Kirk. You wanted to control what videos were going to hit the internet. You controlled everybody who was video recording. I even think, and I'll have to check this, that the people that were live streaming that day had military backgrounds as well. If I wanted to control all of that, and I also wanted to use like civilians to show up, I would make sure they all knew to wear a certain shirt or to wear a certain hat so they knew who they were. That's me. If I'm running a military operation, which I feel like I know because I do run kind of a toddler military operation, that's a good way to indicate who at Disney World is your family, everybody wearing the same color. So I think we should be clued into that, continue to follow our instincts and to get as much information as we can, because we are getting close. They are getting, radical in these non-debunkings. Yesterday, they were trying to make it trend that I got pranked by the person who wrote me the email. I told you I had run that up the chain for weeks to make sure everything was legit about that location. And it is 1000% legit, and it caused a lot of panic. And we're getting a lot of phone calls now from people telling us it has caused panic. The Egyptian planes definitively were pulled into Satis, and that person was then escorted for whatever reason. That foreign dignitary was escorted to that facility where they have joint operations going on between the DHS and the DOJ, being the Secret Service, and the FBI and the DEA. None of this is normal. We all sense that none of this is normal, and it very much feels to me like it was a deep state operation. And like I said, they're not going to get away with it. So we're going to take a brief break and throw it to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys, many people have been vilified for standing up for truth. I think many people have felt the sting of injustice, but we're also feeling tremendously courageous in these times. I'm done playing defense. I've not watered down what I believe to be palatable anymore, because we have to give a pre-alternative 1,000 be the first psycho having things. That's tnusa.com/Candace. Okay, so one of the things that is just getting weirder by the day is the general public having to pretend like the United States is not completely infiltrated by Zionist psychopaths. And it's just getting odd, right? They're going through extraordinary lengths to let us know that they have all the power and they're going to do whatever it is that they want. And they're just engaging in naked propaganda to serve the state of Israel. So I'm going to show you a couple of these headlines. I guess let's start with Mike Huckabee. he is the ambassador to Israel and apparently is completely shameless. Now, just to go back, in case you missed it back in October, Mike Huckabee and the former U.S. ambassador to Israel, which was David Friedman, took to the stage in Jerusalem to perform Sweet Home Alabama. And by Sweet Home Alabama, I mean Sweet Home Jerusalem in Hebrew or something. Just watch it. And hey, challenge, no cringing.
Try not to cringe. Yeah, okay.
I'm starting to think that Israel...
That was just ridiculous. Oh my God. Sweet home Jerusalem. Oh my God, dude. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, show some love and support. If you guys are new to the channel, hit the subscribe button with the notification bell so you can always be a part of every single live stream. We're almost to 10,000 subscribers, but most importantly, we're on the road to 100,000, trying to get that silver plaque, running it up. Make sure you guys send your super chats through. YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so copy and paste the Streamlabs link down below into your browser, and you can send through your donations that way, or you can just send them through YouTube. Doesn't matter. Get your name written on the donor wall, as well as get your questions asked and answered. Help your boy along his journey of getting to 100,000 subs. Your guys' donations and support is what helps me continue to do this Monday through Friday, 9:30 to about 1 to 2 o'clock p.m. every single day, Monday through Friday. It's almost Thanksgiving. I hope you guys have good plans. I hope you guys are doing well for yourselves now that the government's open. Hopefully everybody is doing all right. God bless you guys. God bless America, and Jesus is King.
Wants us to hate them. Like, that's the ultimate psyop. They want us to hate them. I think it's like, it's unbelievable, the factor of cringe. And if that's not humiliating enough, Mike Huckabee just went over to Israel and met with Jonathan Pollard. Okay, Jonathan Pollard, if that name's not familiar to you, is a literal convicted Israeli spy. This is the headline. Yeah, there he is. Seems like a good guy. American who spied for Israel says he met Ambassador Mike Huckabee to thank him for his support, because he did support him. Jonathan spent 30 years in prison on espionage charges after being found to have pretended to work for the American government, but was actually working to pass documents over to Israel. That's kind of a theme. Our greatest ally. It's just a theme with our greatest ally. And despite being found guilty, despite spending 30 years in prison, people were saying we should be kinder to this guy. And Huckabee was among several pro-Israeli politicians who advocated for Jonathan Pollard to be released. And he, when he was released, was welcomed in Israel. Like the red carpet was rolled out for him, I think, literally. And I think Bibi Netanyahu met him on the runway. Like, you did, you served us well. And who cares if the American people suffered? So you'd think Mike Huckabee would go, I'm not going to meet with him because that shows that I am an Israel firster. But there is just a level of shamelessness that, I don't know. What was it that Carolyn Levitt said? They asked Carolyn Levitt about this at the White House, and she said, and I quote, "The White House was not aware of that meeting, but the president stands by our ambassador." Well said, Caroline. I mean, I didn't know he was going to meet with a traitor, but we stand by him anyway if he's meeting for a traitor. And the reason we stand by him is because we're all traitors. We are all treasonous. I hate everyone. I hate that this is allowed. I think it's fair for us to hate that it's allowed. And we do have a bunch of treasonous spies. Their job, I guess, is to further enslave us to the gang colony in the Middle East that is pretending that they have been ordained by God to murder. And yeah, I don't know. There is some comedic relief coming, though. Tim Dillon covering anything is always hilarious, and he is covering the occupation of our media because it's just so in our faces now. It's never been this in our face, you know? Before we get to what he had to say about Bari Weiss, I want to remind you that Bari Weiss started and is a part owner, at least, of the Free Press.
Is that a woman?
Before she went on to CBS News, she notoriously left New York Times and said it was biased and we needed to have something that was in the middle of the line, and she just couldn't get behind all of this COVID propaganda, and she was going to start the Free Press, and they were going to go back to doing hardcore, real, non-biased journalism. So what kind of journalism are they doing over at the Free Press? Okay. This is a real email. I'm not being funny. I feel like you're going to think this is SNL, that fluttered into my inbox the other day from a writer. His name is Ashley Reinsberg. And this is the email. I'm just going to read you the email. This is it. It says, "Hi, Candace. I'm reporting a piece for the Free Press on the economics." Ooh, economics. I like economics. This must be straight middle of a line, right? There can't be any bias here. "I'm reporting a piece for the Free Press on the economics of high engagement political content on YouTube and podcast platforms. I'm reaching out for comment regarding several assertions that you've made in recent episodes, including claims about Israel, the death of Charlie Kirk, and the Becoming Brigitte series. I also want to ask about the financial side of your operation because it is central to the story. Here are his 5 questions. 1, since publishing anti-Israel and anti-Jewish claims, have you seen a measurable increase in watch time, subscriber growth, or revenue across YouTube, Rumble, or your podcast feeds? 2, have sponsors and ad partners or platform reps encouraged or pushed back on this shift in content direction? 3, do you see any correlation between escalation in claims and the performance metrics that drive your business, retention, average viewer, duration, CPM, RPM, member conversion, etc.? 4, to what extent do you view conspiracy content as an editorial choice versus a business decision? And 5, do you believe your recent content about Israel and Jewish influence is rooted in evidence, or do you see it primarily as commentary? Yeah, no, and I'm going to get back to him. Obviously, I have to just pull up, I have to pivot over.
Yeah, there's no evidence in anything she's saying. She hasn't brought receipts for anything she said at all.
Over to that SS tab, the Hitler tab, which shows the metrics of exactly how people are responding to anti-Jewish rhetoric. And we just have to pull that from YouTube because I can see we've done some tests. And obviously the advertisers have been, that's the whole thing. That's the nature of the business, obviously, is that you can only make money. The only people that are successful at all, it's pretty obvious, is because they hate Jews. That's kind of what's implied. Why do we have to pretend this is journalism, right? Are you shocked if I tell you that Ashley Reinsberg, he happens to live in Tel Aviv? Like, you just cannot make it up. Like, just write your article. Stop pretending that you're a journalist. It's totally fine. Your job.
By the way, guys, I want to go over her interview she did with Myron Gaines. He's not really doing well on YouTube. I don't know if I can even fucking show him, but at this point, I don't know. It's fair use, and I think it's very intriguing and interesting. We should watch it because she expresses a lot of different things on her interview with Myron that I found to be very, very intriguing. And she hasn't really expressed it on her own show. Excuse me, so I figured we'd go over it.
Job is to write hit pieces, to say that you guys are being victimized at all times, forever, since the beginning of time. And it's obviously not anything that you're doing that's causing a reaction. It's not like they're just genociding Palestinians right now. So it's about metrics. It's about the SS tab that's behind the scenes of YouTube. So I'll get that content. I'll get those metrics over to you, Ash. Looking forward to that. Further to that commentary, Tim Dillon, who always gets me in trouble. I don't know how he never gets sued.
All right, so before we play this clip, or she plays this clip, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Stay tuned. Double tap that screen. Get those likes up. Show some love and support. Hit the subscribe button with notification bell. Send through your super chats. Get your name on the donor wall and your chat read. God, I must say, this weekend was just so awesome. Oh, I built a little campfire border thing with bricks I got, and built a brand new campfire area. And we had some fires out in the backyard enjoying the because like next week or this big sometime this week actually there's supposed to be a lot of snow coming. I live in North Dakota, as you guys know, so kind of just enjoying the nice weather as it's leaving us, and having a fire and roasting some hot dogs and some marshmallows, having s'mores is always nice, especially with the girls. It's so fun. Me, my mom, kids, best friend Andrew, Bella, my niece, just all fun things to do, man. It's always nice hanging out with family. So I hope you guys had a good weekend. I sure did. You always got to take in those moments and be appreciative and grateful, because if you're not grateful, then you're ungrateful, and that's no way to live. I always say gratitude is the best feeling in the world. So I hope you guys are enjoying your Monday. Thank you for spending it with me this morning. God bless you guys. Double tap that screen. We need 22 more likes to get to 50 likes. 24 more beautiful people need double tap that screen. We do have an hour and 40 minutes left on our 10 super chat goal, $5 and above. Help your boy out by sending your super chats through. YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so you can send them through Streamlabs by hitting the link in the description and supporting your boy there. As you guys know, I'm chasing my dreams to get to 100,000 subs, and your guys' donations help me continue to be able to do this Monday through Friday, 9:30 to about 1 to 2 o'clock, depending if I go to the gym. I bet your girls had a fun time. They definitely did have a fun time, Miss Hanson. My girls always have a fun time when they're with their daddy, because their daddy always tries to make things interesting. Trust me, I am crazy, and them having a crazy dad is a good thing, because that means they get to do fun, crazy things. Soon they're getting a snake, because my youngest daughter keeps saying, I want a snake. Daddy, because I got the bearded dragon, right? And the bearded dragon's about to get his new cage. And now my oldest daughter, Eli, is saying, Daddy, can we get a corn snake, please? Or a ball python? So, yeah, that's what's next. That's what's going to go in this 10-gallon tank next. Welcome in, you cat slick. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, member. Welcome in, soldier. God bless you. And God bless everybody else. By the way, I do have merch that will be coming soon. I just have to do a couple more things to get it done. But if you go to seemenowarmy.com and you click website, you guys can get yourselves a coffee mug or a sweater. You guys can get yourself a nice little sweater, sports gray, whatever. I like these t-shirts. The t-shirts I think look awesome. I like the Lagoon Blue one. So if you guys want to get yourselves a See Me Now t-shirt, go to seemenowarmy.com and print on demand. You guys will get these nice shirts and get your orders in, and get you guys some See Me Now merch and support your boy. But yeah, God bless everybody, man. I hope everybody's having a good day, and let's continue the stream, finish this episode of Candace's whatever, and let's continue on to watching some news and chilling today with each other. It's a good Monday. It's a good day to be alive. Every day's a blessing and every day's beautiful. So yeah, like I said, man, send through your super chats, get your name on the donor wall. It is definitely getting filled up. I was just watching a video the other day of when the bearded dragon bit me, and of how small the donor wall, like there was like no donor wall, like no names on it at all. And now you look at today's videos and there's names all over. So I'm very grateful. Thank you guys so much. We're only going to continue to expand. So holy smokes, thank you so much for the gifted membership, whoever you are. Yeah, thanks Shadow Patriot for that. I haven't seen him in here for a while. I actually miss Shadow Patriot. I wish he would be here. I really miss my people when they're not here. I hate it when people come and we get so close and then I don't see them for a while, because I really miss them. But that was Shadow Patriot that did that. So God bless Shadow Patriot. Yeah, the merch is definitely out, man, and we're gonna be getting new logos and a bunch of new stuff. I just launched the store, so it's not like it's anything crazy yet, but we will be having a lot new cool stuff coming. So stay tuned for that. And I know we're all coffee drinkers in this community, so go get yourself a See Me Now mug, and yeah, show some love and support.
Feels wrong. Like I'm engaged in, I make one slight mention joke about Alexis Wilkins referring to Tim Dillon's content and us getting a strike, and she goes on a rant against me, not against Tim Dillon, okay? I'm speaking about Brigitte and MK Ultra. Brigitte sues me, not Tim Dillon, who she mentions in the lawsuit. So I'm just asking if anybody wants to sue Tim Dillon. That's
By the way, I made a fantastic roast last night. Put it in at 350 degrees at 1 o'clock. Took it out about 7. Oh my God, it was so good. So delicious. I love it. Roasts are probably one of my favorite meals I make. For sure. And they're only suing you, Candace, because you're the biggest name. You got the #1 podcast in the world. Who's going to look at Tim Dillon? Who takes Tim Dillon seriously? I certainly don't. You, everybody's taken seriously. Even the people who say they aren't are.
That's all I'm saying. Okay, go after him. I'm enjoying his content. It's his fault. Here's what he had to say about Barry Weiss's installation, because that's what it was. She just installed. It's not a meritocracy at the head of CBS News. Take a listen.
Barry Weiss is basically telling people, why don't you pretend I'm not here to destroy this whole thing? Because that's what I'm here to do. I'm not going to pretend that. I'm not pretending that. I don't have the time to pretend that I have not been sent on a mission to destroy this legacy broadcasting institution. I'm here to destroy it. I'm here to make it a vessel of state propaganda. Which state? Well, we know which state. It's not America. It's to be a vessel of...
By the way, I love this mic. I really do love this mic. But your donations that you send through are also going to help me get a new mic. I'm going to try and get a Shure mic. I want to get one of those new Shure mics, the MX7 or something like that. I love this mic. We're going to continue to use it in other things, but I think upgrading to a Shure mic, we will then have everything we need for the studio. Like everything. I have absolutely everything you could want for a studio, whether it's for making music or it's for doing this. And we have so much stuff coming and so much new ideas that are going to be coming out. It is going to be crazy and it's going to be awesome. So expect new things, expect new setups, and expect things to continue to get better, not only with your support, but with my hard work. Those two things together are going to create good things.
State propaganda. It's all it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be anything else. And Barry Weiss, to her credit, is not pretending she's there to do anything else. She's going, why are there standards and practices? Why are they showing the Palestinian reach for the cookie when we blow their head off? Why are they doing that? Why are they asking these questions? Why are they saying this? She's very, very much 100% on board. My job is to get rid of any independent voice at CBS. We're here to destroy the network and get rid of anybody that would stand in our way. We are here to deliver state propaganda. That's all. That's what they're there to do. And not the United States, not the United States propaganda, by the way. She is there to deliver Israeli propaganda. She knows it. We know it. Larry Ellison hired her to do it. That's okay. They've already got a blacklist of actors who will never work at Paramount. It doesn't matter. No one cares. Nobody watches any of this crap.
He's exactly right. I don't even understand why we have to go through this process. Like, just write the article. Just do the propaganda. You don't have to reach out to us. We all know what's happening. Your job is just naked propaganda to convince us like you're going to be the authority on blackballing certain people, writing hit pieces about them, making sure that they cannot function in this economy. This is the state. They are.
You know, one thing that has been going through my mind a lot lately, and I think I'm going to make a video on it, is the fact that, you know, the whole thing with blackballing used to be like we would sit here and like the blackballing was talked a lot about in like the music industry, the entertainment industry in general. Podcast isn't the entertainment industry, but it's kind of a newly, you know, it's getting more popular and popular, but we didn't really hear about it much in podcasting. Now that podcasts are being bought out by networks and they're being funded and things like this, we're starting to see it more in podcasting. By the way, I paused Candace on a crazy face. My bad, Candace. Don't mean to make you look bad. But we used to hear like people in the music industry who didn't want to sell their soul or, concede to different things. They got blackballed. They didn't get pushed as much. They didn't win Grammys. Or in the movie industry, you didn't get roles if you didn't want to do this or do that or whatever. Now we're starting to see it a lot in the podcast industry. We're starting to see all this stuff transfer into the podcast industry. Well, because the same people who own the, entertainment industry, obviously, that are buying up the podcasts, are doing it to podcasters now. And the crazy thing is that Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, bunch of other people that are doing it independently and rocking it are proving that fuck your blackballing. If people fuck with you, they fuck with you. They want to watch you, they're gonna watch you, right? And I know it's kind of off topic, but we're starting to see the blackballing and a lot of that other stuff really come into the podcasting industry. A lot of it.
Are the state, and they want you to know, and like he said, it is not America. It is not the United States that they are doing this for. I just don't know where this is all going, I guess. Like, are we going to be put back in the gulag? Like, are Christians going back in the gulag? I don't know. But we're surely going to find out. We're going to take a brief break for our sponsors, and I'm going to get into some of what the restorative body care for whenever book. If you go to CandaceOwens.com, sign up for the book club. We are running late tonight, but we are doing the book club as we can continue to read Sigmund Freud in the Jewish mystical tradition. You can also buy my book if you head over to makehimasandwich.com. That is the regular copy. Signed copies can only be purchased on CandaceOwens.com. And while you are there, definitely check out our new merch that is on the website. We are having currently a Black Friday sale. You can use code BLACK20 for 20% off store-wide. Does not include books, though. And that will be running through to Cyber Monday, so do not miss out. Good time to get stuff for the holidays. Top comments from yesterday. Number 1, this person writes, Brigitte thought Candace forgot all about him. Yeah, I mean, look, I did not want to see the French angle. We got tons of emails from people saying that, and I was like, that would be too crazy. But, somebody that is this sinister in terms of harassing people, suing people, going after people who even discuss the truth of their history, like that's a committed psychopath. There's no shame there. And yeah, Brigitte's a gangster. Like, he's a gangster. There's no question about it. And the people that are sending us tips, like, we should look further into Satis. It is correct, by the way, we did look into that. Somebody had said that they.
Now, here's the ironic thing here is that here right now she's saying Brigitte's a gangster. As now this weekend, we had just found out that there was a hit placed on her allegedly. Well, it might not be allegedly soon because she said she has the names and they're trying to figure out where the leak came from because someone from their camp leaked that there was a hit. Multi-agency, apparently with Israeli and French. So she has the names of the hitmen and hitwoman, and they're trying to figure out who the leak came from. But apparently she told FBI and the president. Like, that's crazy. Okay. I don't know if she's doing a live today. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I remember being informed she wasn't doing one today. If she does, we definitely need to cover it. And what she has to say about the assassination thing. And because like we read on Twitter, $1.5 million exchanged for it, right? When everything is said and done, and the public learns that Macron allegedly moved $1.5 million for my assassination, how will the world respond? So it's pretty crazy. And this is not even a couple months after Charlie Kirk got unalived. Like, if they thought that their optics were bad now, what about after this is released? Like, this is pretty crazy stuff. And I feel like we're getting to the point in the world where whoever can't be controlled is going to be taken out. Which is, what, all of us? You're just going to think that you can take out all of us? You think that you're going to take me well, I'm not as big as them, but Ian Carroll, Baron Coleman, Candace Owens, Tim Dillon, even Megan Kelly, she's starting to change her mind on things. You're gonna, Valhalla, VFT or whatever. You're gonna tell me that you're gonna take all of us out? You take Candace out, there's gonna be another Candace behind her, right? There's gonna be someone else coming up with the news and coming out just as radical. Wouldn't really call her radical. I'd just call her informed and wanting to tell the truth. One of Zelensky's partners left to Israel, $100 million embezzlement. Yeah, I'm not surprised. A lot of the military weapons that are being sent over to Ukraine are going into other countries, being sold to other countries. Allegedly, right? There's a lot of corruptness going on, especially in the Ukrainian. Like I said, man, I don't trust Zelensky simply off the fact that he was in a video dancing in high heels, okay? And people are defending him. Well, high heels were initially invented for men, and men wore high heels when they went in the war. What? Bro. Pretty sure George Washington wasn't wearing high heels in war, okay? Pretty sure all these other prolific figures weren't, in World War II, we weren't storming on the Normandy beach in high heels. Right? But Zelensky's done, okay? Trump gave him a deadline, and Trump said he doesn't accept it. Well, then I guess he can keep on fighting. They've met how many times, and Zelensky denied any deal? We're not, and Trump's not, going to keep sending money and tax-paying dollars and weapons over to the Ukraine to keep fighting this endless forever war that they know they're not going to win. They're lost. They lost. They're done. Okay? And so he said, if he doesn't go ahead and concede to the peace plan, then he can keep fighting himself. Thank you to Aaron for the subscription. God bless you. God, I love this new mouse. Thank God for it. $10 and it does the job. To Steven. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Here, we will go to her X account. So this is the initial post she posted. I am told that payments for assassinations are running through the club desk sent in France. This means there is a paper trail, and I encourage the patriots of France to do what you can do to uncover it. I would like again to stress that the French female assassin, but also a male Israeli assassin that were selected to kill me. These are joint state operations. She also goes on to say, it's not a coincidence that the French legionnaires were in the United States training with our Marines for 3 weeks. When those 3 weeks ended in California, another military training exercise began alongside civilians at Camp Riley in Minnesota. French foreign legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not the only ones, but they were involved. Allegedly, these are Candace's words. And then here's that. But she also goes up to say, this is the initial post she said. Urgent. 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking employee of the French government. See, the French doesn't even like the Macron. After determining this person's position and proximity to the French couple, I have deemed the information they gave me to be credible enough to share publicly in the event that something does happen to me. In short, this person claims that the Macrons have executed upon a paid she did not word this properly, have executed upon and paid for my assassination. Yes, you read that correctly. More specifically, that the green light was given to a small team of national gendarmerie, I don't know how to say that, intervention group. I am told there is one Israeli that is on this assassination squad, that the plans were formalized again. This person provided concrete proof that they were placed within the French government apparatus. Further to this point, This person claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. Journalist Xavier Pissard's life is also at risk. This is deadly serious. The head of the state of France apparently wants us both dead and has authorized professional units to carry this out. I ask that every person retweet this and share this. I do not know who in the American government can be trusted, since this source claims our leaders are aware. But I have more specific information which is definitely verifiable should they care to reach out to me. To the brave official in France who did this because they were so moved by the evil of Charlie Kirk's public execution to risk their own life, may God bless you truly. Let it all be revealed. So, there's definitely a hit out on her, and our own government knows about it. But the craziest thing is that, like, dude, what happened to Charlie Kirk just happened, and now they're over here in France trying to put together a hit on Candace and this other person, Xavier Pissard. And a person from the French government reaches out to Candace. Because people are done. People are sick of this bullcrap where we're trying to expose the truth and they're getting too tired of it and they can't defend themselves because they know what we're saying is the truth. So they end up just hiring hitmen. Some from French, some from the French people, some from Israeli. Makes sense. And the fact that people in our government know is insane. $1.5 million has been moved to make this happen. And the fact that, if you guys didn't catch it, she said, further on to this point, this person claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. If we go back and we read what she just posted down here, sorry guys. In August 2025, U.S. Marines and French Foreign Legionnaires from the 2nd Foreign Infantry Regiment trained together at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in California as a part of a service-level training exercise. The exercise, which ran from August 4th to the 25th, focused on improving interoperability between two allied forces through realistic scenarios like close quarters combat and urban terrain training. What would urban terrain training be? Like on top of rooftops? Right? Now this person over here said, well-connected people have told me that the French intelligence services are not exactly unknown for assassinations, a point supported by public sources. So here, hit squad secret agents hired for contract killings. 4 French intelligence agents have been arrested on suspicion of being in a hit squad hired for contract killings. The agents, 3 from Directs Generale de la, I can't say that, DGSE will just say, the French MI6, and the 4th retired from the direction of the same thing, DGSI, the French MI5, have been charged with the attempted murder over a plot to kill a respected businesswoman. Okay? Now there's another one here. Mossad's accomplices, how Israel relied on foreign intelligence agencies to organize its killing campaigns. French ex-spy suspected of Congo Brazzaville plot shot dead in Alps. The body of a former French intelligence agent linked to an assassination plot has been found, riddled with bullets and lay-by in the Alps. Danielle Forestier was discovered in a pool of blood in a parking area of a little-used road in Haute-Sylvie near Lake Leman. Police said the killing was a professional job, and a post-mortem revealed he had been shot 5 times. This is the last one. French intelligence agents charged in alleged murder plot. Paris. The Paris prosecutor's office says that it has filed preliminary attempted murder charges against 2 agents from France's foreign intelligence agency over an alleged plan to kill a 54-year-old woman last month in a Créteil suburb of Paris. Yeah, that's insane. After reviewing everything Charlie Kirk has ever said about Macron's France, I find Candace's info about French involvement in his death entirely plausible. Charlie even called for 300% tariffs on France until the charges against me were dropped. And here's the Charlie Kirk tweet on that. Charlie Kirk did tweet against France, saying President Trump should announce plans for 300% tariffs on French wine unless all charges are dropped on Pavel Durov immediately. If Europe is going to imprison CEOs of platforms where free speech thrives, there should be stiff and painful consequences. Charlie Kirk's own words. August 25th, 2024. Then Candace Owens retweeted Candace also said, I have informed people in the federal government and the White House of the France and Israeli assassination plot, and am willing to provide full details as well as the names of the assassins and international accounts in France and Canada through which money was exchanged. Beyond that, I have shared more information with public regarding the Brigitte story I was investigating at the time of Charlie's assassination. This is all available on my Instagram stories. Thank you for all reaching out, praying for my family. So yeah, this is pretty crazy. $1.5 million, she said, has been exchanged apparently for her alleged assassination attempt. She says it right here. When everything is said and done, and the public learns about Macron allegedly moving $1.5 million for my assassination, how will the world respond? How will the world respond if something happens to her and everything she's saying turns out right? She also posted 2 hours ago when everything is said. I just read that one. Sorry. She posted that 2 hours ago. Don't know if she's going live today. But yeah, crazy stuff going on, guys. And it's unfortunate. It's crazy how everything's going on, man. Slenderman stabber, what?
We have
Yeah, anyways, things are just getting crazy, you guys. At the end of the day, we need to stay vigilant. We need to do our research. We need to continue to be educated, because things like this is just crazy. This is unprecedented. So if Candace really does have the proof about Brigitte Macron hiring a hit squad with French operatives along with Israeli operatives, and then transferring the money from into Canada, what did she say? $1.5 million from where? She said $1.5 million, but then she said France and Canada through which money was exchanged. So what are they? Okay, because there's a French community in British Columbia or whatever it is. So they're gonna come through the Canadian border, or I don't know. Regardless, if all this is true, this sets a precedent. We weren't supposed to find out about Brigitte Macron apparently being a man. We weren't supposed to find out about this or that. So now there's millions of dollars. There's $1.5 million on Candace's head. Scott, I agree. That's what I was just gonna say. Is that they didn't want us to find out, and when they sent Candace Owens a gag order, we were all like, okay, yeah, this is kind of weird. Maybe what she's saying is true. Then she starts a lawsuit against her, and now there is a French official reaching out to Candace Owens, telling her about the plot to unalive her and who is doing it and who's behind it and how much money is exchanged. That's damning. And what is the public going to think about it? That's what she said. We've seen it right here. She said, when everything is said and done, and the public learns that Macron allegedly moved $1.5 million for my assassination, how will the world respond? Look at how the world is already responding to Charlie Kirk. No one knew what was going to happen to Charlie Kirk was going to happen. If something happens to Candace Owens, and this is all out, oh man, there's going to be some serious stuff going on. I mean, dude, she has the #1 podcast in the world, and a lot of people were moved by the Charlie Kirk situation. It's very telling that there was a high-ranking official in France that contacted Candace Owens and told her this. Don't know where her podcast location is, don't know where she usually resides, but hopefully she has security. Her husband is a damn near billionaire. When his dad dies, he is going to be a billionaire. Hopefully they have security. I mean, is there even any news on this right now? I keep thinking the keyboard on this MacBook down here is the keyboard for up here. Yeah, I don't know. It's just damning, you guys. I wanted to cover her a clip from the Myron Gaines interview she did with him about her talking about
Christian Zionist
about who she thinks is involved with Charlie Kirk's death. She hasn't went in depth like this on her own channel and on her own podcast, but when Myron interviewed her, he asked some very good questions, and I think her responses were damning. I've seen her nothing in the mainstream media. You're not going to see or hear anything on the mainstream. You're not going to. They're not going to cover it, especially if Israel's involved. We all know who controls the media. But if what she's saying is true and she has all the evidence and something happens to her, I think there's going to be a lot of things that happen, especially within ourselves. I mean, we were already sick and tired after what happened to Charlie Kirk happened. If something happens to Candace, and she called it to the T and she has all the proof and everything, that's pretty damning. And there's going to be some uproar about it. We got an hour and 8 minutes left on the super chat. Go, guys. 10 super chats, $5 and up. Get your name written on the super chat wall. Get your comments read. As you guys know, your donations help me continue to do this Monday through Friday, 9:30 to about 1:30 to 2 o'clock p.m. We are on the road to 100,000 subs. We are so close to 10,000 subscribers. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button with notification bell. Show some love and support. Double tap your screen, guys. We just need 17 more people to double tap that screen to get those likes up. And we'll be at 50 likes. Thank you guys so much. Let's try and hit 100 likes, though, today, guys. But like I said, I want to go over this little interview quick. I thought this was a pretty interesting interview that Myron did with Candace. So let's run it up.
influencers have been losing their minds about the idea of investigating the Charlie Kirk assassination. It's odd. Like, I looked up and I'm going, why are Christian Zionists trying to use Bible verses to say that we shouldn't question anything? I mean, everybody knows you were a cop. The first thing you do when there's been a murder is to look around at the money, the finances, and the people around him. Common sense. Common sense. I don't like the silence from Turning Point employees. I know for a fact one of them, who I'm not going to name, has a text message from Charlie the day before he died saying they are going to kill me.
So let me.
You hear that? She says she knows for a fact that there's a person at TPUSA that has a text message from Charlie the day before that they got him that he said they're going to unalive me. That is crazy. If I was her, I'd name her. I'd name the person. I'd be like, no, fuck you. You should be releasing this information. I'm going to name you. I'm going to expose you.
Let me ask you this with Charlie Kirk, because you're definitely one of the most outspoken people when it comes to the Charlie Kirk investigation and what's going on there. Obviously, you knew him personally. You guys have worked together for many years. I'll kind of just turn it to you, and you can just tell me, because you've been looking at this for a while now. It's almost it's over 2 months now. Can you take us through what you think happened on that day, what led you to believe that, and the timeline in general, who you think is actually responsible, you know, who might be covering things up and everything like that?
Yeah, so I can tell you that I view the Charlie Kirk assassination as a military hit. I do not know who called the hit yet, but it's military. There's no question in my mind that it was a military.
Or foreign, or?
Well, I don't view the U.S. military as being controlled by the U.S. I mean, there are a lot of people. We've been globalized for a very long time. I don't know that there's decisions that are made in Ukraine for America. I mean, this is the tentacles of the U.S. military. It's a much broader and longer conversation that needs to be had. I mean, I think since JFK was assassinated, I don't know who's in control of anything, right? Much of what we see in the political realm is just an illusion. We're talking about what's happening in Congress, and decisions are made in boardrooms, in my view. With Charlie, I think that with everything that I have uncovered, there was very clearly a faith infiltration that happened. And I'm putting faith in quotation marks because Charlie would have believed the people that came to him and told him to grow the organization and, you know, to become the boots on the ground for faith. He cared very deeply about his faith. And the characters, the cast of characters and the pastors that are around him, rotten, like very rotten. The McCoys, Rob McCoy, unbelievably rotten. And I've been covering a lot with him. And what it's looking like is that Calvary Chapel has been accused of tons in the past and also accused of hostilely taking over well-meaning faith organizations and ministries with Rob McCoy at the center of some of these scandals. It's looking to me like Turning Point's apparatus provided an opportunity. Now, who they're actually working for, what they're actually doing, I don't know. But I can tell you it is not about Jesus Christ, okay?
Okay.
And this would explain why, for some unknown reason, Christian Zionist influencers have been losing their minds about the idea of investigating the Charlie Kirk assassination. It's odd. Like, I looked up and...
Yeah, the biggest one that makes me like cringe, the biggest influencer that makes me cringe is Brandon Tatum. Like, he just cannot you guys think I can't articulate myself. Brandon Tatum, when he tries to, like, when he debated Myron, oh my God. Like, I'm way better articulating myself than Brandon Tatum.
I'm going, why are Christian Zionists trying to use Bible verses to say that we shouldn't question anything? I mean, everybody knows you were a cop. The first thing you do when there's been a murder is to look around at the money, the finances, and the people around him. Common sense. Like, and then you pair that with the actual impossible things that they are telling us. It was a Christian miracle. His neck just stopped a 30-06 from 150 yards away. It was just your modern Christian miracle, you know? That's Fed slop, but it's worse than that. It's Christian slop. People using the Bible to psychologically convince you, you know, Jesus performed miracles, and this was just one of them. Charlie loved his faith.
Yeah, they do that all the time, though. I mean, religion is just used to make people think so many different things. It's truly sickening.
They're lying about weird stuff. I consider it a clue that they are lying about where Charlie was at in terms of his faith journey. They lied about the Hampton Summit. They lied about the fact that he had said, I have no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause. I just watched them all lie because I needed to see where all the stakes were. These are weird lies.
Yeah.
One thing that connects all of these lies is faith. So that's where the focus of my investigation is right now. And I'm coming up looking and going, all of these characters are dirty that were around him. So you're not going to hold up a Bible like a false prophet and tell me not to look here, or else I'm going to be condemned to hell. Because let me tell you how the Bible works, okay? Christ is king. What that means is truth is king. And if anybody is using the Bible to tell you not to pursue truth, you are dealing with somebody who is manipulating you.
Who do you think, I guess, I know you said the people around him, but who do you think is the most responsible? Why would they want him gone?
I think Charlie was not allowed
16 double taps, guys. 16 more beautiful people just need to double tap their screens, get the 50 likes, show some love and support. God bless everybody, man.
to be anything but a Christian Zionist. And he was changing in the last few weeks. When I look at the timeline that I put together, some weird stuff, this Egyptian plane that was started tracking him, everything began ratcheting up after Tucker Carlson hit the stage. And
In July.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, I
And
was
he-
there for that. Yeah.
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 That
That pissed him off.
That was a something.
Yeah.
So I think Charlie was done as Megan showed the video. He was telling Tucker to go max, all of the things that they lied about.
Thank you very much, just a ma. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. God bless you. Welcome to the See Me Now family. Hopefully you are subscribed. Jesus is King. Thank you so much for the kind words. Welcome to the See Me Now family, and I appreciate it. I'm trying to do better every day with the way I do my content. So
We've now proven. And why were they lying about it? This is the thing. Why lie if you have nothing to cover up? That's my common sense here. You only lie because you have something to cover up. No matter what the lie is you only lie because there's something that you're hiding. So if they had all come out right when Charlie died.
And to continue on that too, like there was a lot of influencers that, like, I mean, even Ben Shapiro, like I watched him before I was awoken, and it's like there was a lot of content creators that, like, you know, we used to watch and like before we started waking up to things. And then once you wake up to things, you see the actions and how people act about things. And like, yeah, it's just hard it's hard to support them anymore. So I agree with you. It's more than, it's with more than one content creator that's like that with too.
If Seth Dillon, who pressed Charlie in the Hamptons, was like, oh my gosh, my biggest regret is the last time that I saw Charlie, I was being such a jerk about the Israel. They were so stupid. And this is a reminder that you never know when you're going to see somebody last. It would have been like, oh, okay, nothing to see here. It was like a full court press effort to lie about everything. Josh Hammer, he never blinked on Israel. He was on the text message chain where Charlie said 48 hours before he died that he was done with the pro-Israel cause. Why lie? That's my question. And I don't like the silence from Turning Point employees. I know for a fact one of them, who I'm not going to name, has a text message from Charlie the day before he died saying they are going to kill me.
Wow.
Now, he was not referring to his lobby when he wrote that message.
Yeah.
If you are his friend and you're interested in the truth, why wouldn't you tell the public that? Wouldn't you just come right out to the public and say, hey, I don't know what happened, but like Charlie thought they were going to kill him. I do not like the way Turning Point is behaving. I've made that clear. And nobody is going to emotionally manipulate me and tell me that it's all good now. And to attack Turning Point would be to attack his legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie told me years ago that he had, which I shared the messages, he was having a ton of visions and was telling me that Turning Point was going to be the death of him. He knew he was going to die young and strangely knew that I was going to be the only person to defend him. Right. I showed the messages.
Yeah.
I showed the messages.
They tried to say it was fake and you pulled it up and yeah.
We're here now. And I'm going to defend him. I'm going to figure out what happened.
What are your thoughts on how Erica Kirk has been dealing with this and some of the people that are close to him, his manager, Mike and all them? Like, do you think they're just playing a role? Do you think they're involved? What are your thoughts on them in general? Some of the people in his closest circle.
It is obvious to me that Mikey McCoy was the person that they wanted to launch as the new Charlie. That's very obvious. The way they brought his YouTube channel back with a speech from Mikey, and everyone was kind of trying to soft sell Mikey to us and was like, who's this kid? You're 23. Why are you the chief of staff of anything? Who are you actually? And you're brought in by Rob, your dad, who is dirty. I mean, very dirty guy. I covered more of that yesterday. He just gives me the sleaze and the ick. And it just is very strange. I felt like they tried to manipulate us into accepting this, almost like they had like, Mikey's going to be this person. Then we see Mikey, he's a hero, and he just walks away right after somebody, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And yeah, you know, with Erica, a lot of people on the internet have been going into her past, going into her parents' past, and, you know, just speaking about these things.
Israel defense contractors, parents, stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen all of that. I respond to that on my show. And what I've said to everybody is I'm starting with what happened on that day, what happened leading up to his assassination. And the people that catch my attention are people who are telling verifiable lies. Okay. Erica thus far has not told any verifiable lies. She's not lied
Yeah,
about.
but one thing I'm going to say, Candace, is that Erica didn't have to tell a verifiable lie for you to not sit there and be like, okay, well, could you have not taken a moment to just not geofence, Charlie's memorial? Yeah, sold out a stadium, all those people there, even people outside, and the whole thing was geofenced. You couldn't just take a moment to not, get everybody's information so you could then promote later on. Like, you couldn't just, it's supposed to be a memorial, have some respect. Like, you couldn't say anything about that. You feel what I'm saying? Or you couldn't, say anything about, like, the fact that the way she hugged JD Vance was a bit, but everybody's saying, oh, well, she's just a touchy girl. I mean, that's how she acts towards everybody. She always, gives people hugs like that, or she's always very, intimate in the way she acts. Yeah, okay.
The fact that he had St. Michael on him when he died. So there's two things. She could be on autopilot, and some people could be reading that the wrong way and thinking, oh, well, like, she's not acting right. Okay. Is she on autopilot because she fears something? Right? Again, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but you have to have some level of fear if you watch somebody get assassinated. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah.
And so people have been upset with me for not going down the rabbit hole on my show about Erica's parents. People's parents are people's parents. They haven't yet come up in my investigation.
Yeah, but people's parents are people's parents. But why are you talking about everybody else's parents then? Why are you talking about Mikey McCoy's parents? Well, Mikey McCoy's not a bad guy. People's parents are people's parents. Like, Candace, I love you, and I really do support you, but there's a lot of contradictions you make about yourself. People's parents are people's parents. Well, why are you talking about Mr. Beast's parents? Why are you talking about parents who are connected to Raytheon? Like,
If I find out that her parents were involved, and then it's going to catch my investigation. And there's nobody that will be spared once they come up, once they tell a lie, once I come across something. I just literally have not come across anything with Frank Turek. Also, I haven't come across anything with Erica in my investigation.
But you're so against Israel. You're so against Israel. Why are you not talking about how solely connected Erica Kirk and her family is to Israel? Like, very connected. Like, the fact that her mom went from working at a simple electric company to getting government contracts. I don't know, Candace.
So,
the shooter or the alleged shooter, you think they're a patsy?
of course, they're patsy. I mean, come on, it's just so dumb. He wasn't even on campus that day. They can't show us one clear image, not even one. All of these cameras, Turning Point has everything in 4K. So shouldn't you have caught the shooter on the roof in 4K? Like, you had cameras everywhere that day. Every inch of that campus
So do you
is
think
covered.
that was someone else that was running across?
Absolutely.
It wasn't Tyler?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Someone that just sprinted. I don't even know if there was a person that sprinted that day, because everyone's forgetting. There was also a news report that came out week before that somebody was on the roof. A professor came out and waved the person. Now, they may have been dropping off a gun, dropping off a screwdriver. I don't know.
Because there is one video, like one of the students had panned
But that
out where he
person
was
who
running.
took that video that I had to track down, military.
Really?
Everybody's military in the story.
Really? So the person that captured that, because I remember when it first broke out, that cell phone footage got released where the shot goes off and for some odd reason he's looking at the roof and you see like a little speck running on the top. So that person that took that video was military.
I got in touch with the person and they didn't put the video up themselves. I had to go through 3 people. I'm like, so I'm supposed to believe you're like a college kid and you have nothing to do with anything. You just decided to randomly be like, oh, I got this video, but I'm going to send it through 3 people to have it released.
Interesting.
And also the Losey building, where the shot definitely did not come from, is the only place on campus that houses, I believe on the 3rd floor, according to my source, like the military something is in the Losey building. So there's a lot happening. That all of that was just a show to mask who the real shooter was. I think it's way more likely that the shooter was in the audience or to the side of the audience. I think that's the more likely story because he wasn't shot with a 30-06 first and foremost, and the bullet did not destroy his neck. I know that for a fact. And he actually...
30-06 throws everybody off. But
that was their plan.
Yeah.
Until I accidentally, which I didn't even process it at the time, revealed that the bullet didn't go through.
Yeah.
And then they kind of were like, oh, it was just a miracle. Actually, it was no 30-06.
Yeah, the text messages are a bit strange too. And, this whole situation, I wish the government was being a bit more transparent because this has an incredible amount of public interest. So it's like, look, dude, you guys probably should be more transparent on this because government trust is down at its lowest when it comes to people trusting law enforcement, whatever. What are your thoughts on how the FBI and the state police are handling this in general? Because I know you've been critical
I think
of
what's
Kash
way
Patel.
more important is trusting Alexis Wilkins as a sensational singer, and the people like
be careful, she might sue you.
I don't want to talk about like the feds right now. Like they're doing what they have to. The more important thing is that this sensational country singer is left alone. We are just not a serious nation. I mean, I think if Putin's FBI director put that out, Putin would just quietly have him assassinated or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
but we're just,
and I agree with that 100%. Yeah, our FBI director simping on Twitter saying, "Don't you dare make fun of my sensational country singing girlfriend who I've only been with for 2 years. And now I'm going to let her use my law firm to sue everybody who talks about her and blah, blah, blah." Like, bro, come on. She's exactly right. No one's taking this seriously. Everybody's laughing at us because of that shit.
not a serious nation. That is just, they are tweeting like girls on TikTok right now. And it's embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. He should have been forced to resign. Trump should have made him resign for embarrassing us, because there's no way Putin's not laughing with his homies right now about that tweet. My girlfriend, my life partner.
Yeah.
We are.
She sued a bunch of people. It's crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And obviously with his blessing. Obviously with his blessing, or you would say, hey, honey, not now.
Yeah,
right?
like this is a bad time.
This is a bad time. I've got to be taken as a serious man.
Optically, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, the opposite thing happens now, where everyone's now calling her a honeypot. And so what's she going to do? Like whack-a-mole, just sue everybody on the internet who's making a joke, sue Tim Dillon or something?
Yeah,
it's
it's absolutely nuts. So it'd be fair to say, so you don't believe the official narrative, and I do agree with you, there's a lot of problems with it, right? We're between a 30-06, why don't we have the full footage of him taking the shot, then running off? You're only showing him running. The text messages are strange.
They don't even show us him taking the shot.
Yeah,
that seems like a pretty easy thing to do.
That's one of my biggest issues, is they didn't show him taking a shot, but they have him running across the roof. So it's like, how do you not have him prone shooting the shot? So, and I know you're still investigating and figuring everything out, but if you could kind of give me a quick summary, what do you think transpired in that day? Who do you think is responsible? Maybe a rough timeline. I know you're still filling parts in, but from what you have so far, what do you think?
So this is a guess, and this is just like, if I had to guess right now where I'm at, and I think Tyler Robinson's only contribution was that he had his prints on the gun. I know that his prints were not the only prints that were on the gun, which is something that they haven't been honest about.
Okay.
I would suspect that
The
his only
screwdriver
role,
DNA on that too and stuff.
Yeah, I think Lance Twiggs is much more involved. I don't think he took the shot either, but I think he's more involved. I think that Tyler Robinson's, all of the people that were involved that day got swept up in stuff. From George Zinn, the guy that cheered, his father's also the guy next. I mean, the whole thing is like, it was an operation with blackmailed people.
And the Zinn guy was at 9/11 too. Weird.
Yeah. I mean, just unbelievable. And again, more of a marker that this was like a blackmail operation. Also, Zinn told a nurse that he was being paid. He didn't know how he was going to be paid for doing that after. So he was supposed to be another patsy. And
yeah, because it was like immediate. Like he got like when this all broke out, he got arrested, and he was like, it was out in the news like immediately.
Multiple people involved that day. One person maybe just supposed to run across the rooftop. Another, I think Tyler Robinson, all his job was to pick up clothes. I think literally he didn't set foot on campus that day, and his job was to get rid of the clothes next to the Dairy Queen into some cemetery, which I broke. And the FBI is not disputed, but they decided to monitor the Dairy Queen afterwards and send some feds there. Yeah, so his role was to pick up clothes. I think Lance is actually the one that's walking in the backpack, and the
TMZ footage,
the maroon. Yep, I think that's Lance.
TMZ footage,
and I don't know who was walking up the stairs. I think that's a whole different person, because they don't even look like they have the same body.
Okay.
And yeah, that's how you do a nice feather operation. You got a bunch of patsies doing different roles,
and they didn't show us the video of the stairway footage either, which is another thing that's strange.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I mean, you know, and I said it before, they've created more questions than answers,
right?
Which is obviously the problem here.
Yeah, it's just wild, you guys. I mean, at this point, I don't know, you guys. I just, at this point, everything's wild. I do have just some crazy stuff going on. Apparently, in some of these
people living in a Yucaipa neighborhood
in some neighborhoods in different cities, there are people leaving Christmas and holiday letters in people's mailboxes, and are not saying what you think they would say.
On edge tonight after masked men leave at their doorstep Christmas cards with vulgar messages inside.
Well, our Zach Mileto is live from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department with this story. and you'll see it only on CBS LA. Zach.
Pat Rudabay, right here we have one of those cards in question. On the outside, it looks like a normal Christmas card, but on the inside, a disturbing message. This is one of several cards causing a group of Yucaipa residents to feel very uneasy.
And when I opened the door, I opened it and seen this.
On the outside, they look like normal Christmas cards, but on the inside, troubling messages.
What is this?
Several of these cards and notes were left at the doorsteps of homes in a quiet Yucaipa neighborhood Monday night, leaving residents on edge.
I pick it up, open it, and it reads, Santa, I want the head of a Nazi under my tree. And then I was like, whoa.
One after another, each card and note carrying violent and threatening messages.
They're trying to like cause chaos or something before the holiday.
Like false flags, maybe? Like in Chicago, there was, well, we'll have to look it up, but when they were putting up the Christmas tree in Chicago, there was violence going on. I mean, at some point, this has just got to stop. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
And really scare people.
Doorbell camera footage one neighbor shared with us shows a masked man placing one of the notes in front of a door and blowing a kiss.
Oh my God. Yeah, see, if that were to happen in a place like where, you know, this is in California where gun laws are strict. That were to happen in a place like where I live, you might not be making it off that doorstep.
Video from another neighbor shows two masked men, one with longer hair, and this time placing the note in a planter.
It's really like terrifying, to be honest with you.
Let's rewind that again.
And this time placing the note in a planter.
It's really like terrifying, to be honest with you. Because
because it's like, what kind of groups are just like, yeah, we're going to write all these letters, these Christmas notes, and we're going to go put them in these guys' in these rich neighborhoods mailboxes, these innocent people, and we're going to tell them that they're Nazis and they want their head under a Christmas tree. This is ridiculous.
we're home,
Welcome in,
I have
Sharon.
my 14-year-old daughter. What if she would have been outside?
Neighbors now wondering why their homes were targeted, asking, was it political or was it the American flags they have on display?
Maybe it's all the American flags, Trump flags maybe. It feels like, it really does feel like a little bit of a hate crime.
We're investigating to see what that crime could lead to or what was the purpose of those letters. We don't have a specific crime indicated as of yet.
Yeah, that's especially like creepy as fuck, him blowing that kiss.
Was the purpose of those letters? We don't have a specific crime indicated as of yet.
The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says it plans to have more officers patrolling this neighborhood in Yucaipa near Wildwood Canyon State Park. In the meantime, neighbors say they're gonna keep putting up their Christmas decorations and won't let the letter.
Yeah, during these holidays, man, stay safe, stay vigilant, because with people like Antifa or other people that are causing these issues, or that are like all these other organizations that are about violence and stuff, please just stay safe and stay vigilant, you guys, because I wouldn't be surprised if they were to try something to false flag something or something to cause civil unrest, you guys. Please stay safe, you guys, because people are just getting fucking crazier and crazier, I swear.
Diminish their holiday spirit.
Yes, gonna bring the Christmas spirit back to the street, and hopefully that cheers everybody else up.
And Pat Rudabay, another neighbor's camera caught one of these suspects spitting on a Tesla in the neighborhood. So a lot of video evidence of these two suspects. Neighbors hope they're caught soon. Pat Rudabay.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. All right, thank you so much for that, Zach.
It's just crazy, you guys.
Hey. So 11:37 on the East Coast and 8:37 on the West Coast.
What?
My name is John.
Suspects plan to murder all islands men and slave women. What?
Breslow, and we've been following breaking news all throughout the morning, but we do have another developing story that we're keeping an eye on. This coming in moments ago from our Fox 4 Dallas team, and I do want to remind you and say here, viewer discretion is advised as some of the details are disturbing. Now, we're hearing that 2 North Texas men have been indicted for an alleged
First of all, to whoever said it's not a crime, it is a crime to go on someone's property and put a letter on there that says that. That is a crime. That's harassment. And depending on what the letter says, it's terroristic threats.
Scheme to sail to a foreign island, murder all the men there, and enslave the women and children. Again, this information here coming from court documents, as they say the men planned and trained for nearly a year. That's according to legal documents, in an attempt, they say, to fulfill their, quote,
Oh, 100%. I'm going to stay safe. God bless you. Thank you for the kind words. I'm definitely going to stay safe. I'm prepared at my house. And I have it at my house where there's one way in, one way out. You come in my house.
rape fantasies. Gavin Rivers Weissenberg, 21 years old, of Allen, seen there on the left-hand side of your screen, and Tanner Christopher Thomas, 20 years old, have been indicted by a grand jury on counts of conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country and production of child pornography. The charges were given for the pair's extensive plan.
By the way, guys, I'm not reading chats unless it is a super chatted chat, because at this point, the people who are trolling, I'm not gonna give time. So unless you super chat, I'm not gonna read your chat unless it's kind words from people like just meow or whatever. Like I I got time for that, but I'm not reading no chats unless it's super chat. Get your name written on the donor wall, by the way, as you super chat. You get your name written on the wall as many times as you do super chat. But to get my content to be better, and instead of me getting triggered at people who are just trying to rage bait me consistently in the chat, I think the way I go around that is to go ahead and just only read super chats, because the trolls are too broke to super chat.
To travel to an island, which is part of the Republic of Haiti, to attempt a coup there. That's again according to the documents. Weisenberg and Thomas reportedly prepared from August 2024 to July 2025 to execute their plans, in which they allegedly intended to buy a boat, sail to that island, kill every man on the island, overtake it by force, and take the women and children as slaves. The island there does have a population, we're told, of about 87,000 people. From July 2024 to May 2025, the suspects apparently took classes to prepare for the coup. On August 5th of 2024, Weisenberg enrolled, we're told.
Where do people come up with these ideas? Do they just wake up and say, yeah, I think today we're going to find an island, we're going to go unalive all the men and enslave the women? Like, where do you come up with these ideas?
At the North Texas Fire Academy in Rockwall. This was allegedly an effort to gain training and useful skills for their plot. I mentioned it a few times, viewer discretion advised, and all of this information coming in from court documents that were...
Rudy Bautista is a Rule 8 attorney, qualifications only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty. He's not affiliated with the case involving Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, but we have not seen any new video of Tyler Robinson. Even when it's the court appearances, the video is off. So where, like, is Tyler Robinson even alive anymore? Like, where is he at? I have not seen a video of Tyler Robinson since that first court date. He
was accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk back in September. I showed him what I found that could indicate there is potential missing evidence in the case.
He said, hey, I know who Charlie Kirk's shooter is.
On September 17th, 2025, Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby held a press conference.
Our job was not to interview, our job was just to get him here.
After Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter was taken into custody in Washington County less than 2 days after the shooting.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives.
After learning of this, I submitted a public records request to obtain any video of Tyler Robinson walking into the jail facility. Washington County responded saying there were no records responsive to the request, as Robinson did not go to the jail area. Our request for any holding room video was denied. A few weeks later, I re-upped the request on a more generalized scale for surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into the sheriff's office.
For the state of Utah, we would certainly hope that this video is available.
The response? Our office does not have any applicable records responsive to this request, as the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period.
If in fact it has been destroyed and not preserved, it's very concerning. And if it has, then it's very concerning that they're telling you they don't have it. If they no longer have it, I would have expected to say that this video has been provided to the Utah County law enforcement. Please contact them. But instead, this letter leads, in my opinion, as trying to shut the door and not give you free access to the press.
While it's not clear if the video exists and was just handed over to another agency, in a response to me, Washington County shared with me they don't believe the video was shared with anyone involved in the case.
Wanting to get videos showing that he turned himself in and the manner he did so would be crucial for the defense work of mitigation.
26 years as a criminal defense attorney in Utah, Bautista is currently working another capital case in Utah County with the state intending to seek the death penalty.
Again, Mr. Kirk, by all counts, was a great young man who was helping educate people, and we encourage that. And this is very tragic that he's lost his life, but it is not a death penalty case.
When you look at this case on the surface and what you've seen play out, what stands out to you?
How is it not a death penalty case? What?
Stands out to me is this not an aggravated murder case. In order for it to be an aggravated murder case, that something is that can qualify.
It's premeditated murder, my friend. What are you talking about?
For the death penalty, there has to be an aggravating factor.
Bautista says the alleged weapon in the shooting alone doesn't meet the standard for prosecutors to seek the death penalty.
The risk of hitting someone else really isn't there. And so that's why I believe that aggravating factor is really weak. Now, why it was charged that way is clearly political.
I hope he gets the death penalty.
And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
I agree.
Instead of looking at it,
Lance just disappeared off the face of the planet, and Tyler is in jail apparently, but haven't seen no new video of him at all. It's insane. Possible missing evidence.
Rudy Bautista is a Rule 8
We already
attorney.
seen
Qualifications only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have. In order
Sean Ryan controversy just got worse. What?
And standing 3 feet in front of me is Osama bin Laden.
Shout out to Nikki MGTV. I just seen this. This was an interesting title, so I'm gonna go ahead and play it real quick because everybody has seen, or at least me, I've thought that since Brian Harpool went on to Sean Ryan's show, it surely seems like Sean Ryan is compromised in some way because he didn't even push back whatsoever.
Did you shoot bin Laden?
On the ground, yes.
You did?
Yep.
How many times?
Couple.
Where at?
The body.
In the body? How did that feel? Don't fucking tell me I'm just doing the job. Bullshit. You just fucking killed. You shot.
I didn't kill bin Laden. I've never said I killed bin Laden.
What's this guy have to say?
Fear outside of this where you're going to scratch your head and ask questions as well. Now let's start off timeline of events. They both say 2 weeks out that they had essentially been briefed on what was going on with all these different.
All right, this is off.
Rudy Bautista is a Rule 8 attorney. Rudy Bautista is a Rule 8 attorney.
Why do they have the same video but different
Stefano Forte,
title.
the executive director of 1776 Project PACT, was there handing out the shirts, and he joins me now. Stefano, thank you so much for coming on with us. I feel like it's so hit and miss in New York. There's tons of conservatives. You just have to find them. But you got a firsthand feel for the crowd this weekend. So
his past court hearings, his camera has been off. Like, if you just don't know, then you don't know. I'm not going to respond to these.
What was it like for you?
Well, first off, thank you for having me on. This crowd was energetic. It was excited. These shirts were like magnets for people. People came over. They knew immediately that we were honoring Charlie Kirk. We have to give all the credit to the TPUSA team, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, being out there handing out these shirts. It really was magnetic. It was joyous. It was a celebration of Charlie's life. And that shirt has become just so iconic. One word, freedom, encapsulates everything that Charlie was about, everything that he stood for, everything that he believed in. It was a warm reception in the middle of deep blue Manhattan. And I think this is a sign to come that if we meet voters where we at, if we meet people where they're at with a convincing message, people are going to be receptive towards it.
I want to talk about that shirt too, because as much as you would hope that there wouldn't be any negativity, I'm sure you did run into some negativity, probably not too much with where you were. But I can just imagine him confronting these people head on and having a conversation with them about their differences. So why is it so important now more than ever to really follow in Charlie's footsteps and do just that?
Of course, we had a couple of passersby who were none too pleased with the shirts and us handing out the shirts. They showed us their favorite finger as they walked by, but we made sure to pray for them. We made sure to honor Charlie's legacy by trying to engage in some sort of conversation. But it just shows how vitriolic the left is. This wasn't some sort of tabling event. This wasn't some sort of event where there was some sort of animosity or there was like a debate going on. We were just handing out free shirts at Madison Square Garden before the UFC fight, and they decided, they're going to flip us the bird as they went by. But it shows how vitriolic they've become. Some people were saying, we're happy he's dead. It was really, really disgusting to see those people, but I don't want that to overshadow how joyous most of the interactions were. And honestly, there is a part of the left now, the radical, DSA left that no longer wants to have a conversation. They no longer want to debate in good faith. They're looking to completely dominate, and they're looking to laugh in the face of their enemies, even if that's political assassination. It's truly, truly disgusting. But we're doing everything we can to find those people that want to have a conversation. As president of the New York Young Republican Club, we have been tabling at colleges, most recently Baruch, and there are plenty of people that want to hear an alternative messaging than the indoctrination that is going on college campuses.
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder if these people's minds who think that way and have it in them to say these vile things and remarks, if their minds can be rehabilitated. So it does make you wonder. Stefano Forte, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
An ABC News exclusive with the grand.
Sorry guys, I gotta call my doctor quick, but I will be back on the mic. We're gonna go ahead and I wanted to go over something and now I lost the video. Maybe it'll be on the homepage, dang it. Darn it.
So for him, this is a continuous process. And that's why we need to recognize that and draw our limits on him ourselves and say, no, Russia, you have borders and you stay within your borders.
Right. And you don't think that he wants that entry back into the G7 to make it a G8? You don't think he
All right,
wants...
I'll be right back on the mic. Give me 1 second, guys. I got to call.
But if you're going to rebuild your economy, don't you need things like that?
For Putin, it's power. So the economy is a means to power. Hard currency is a means to power. Corruption is a means to power. And so I don't think that he's really concerned about building the Russian economy, not like a normal leader would. He's concerned about having enough extraction resources, oil, gas, minerals, selling those, and then skimming off that for the Kremlin to wage their wars and for him to exercise power.
I mean, here's the thing. How this war ends decides when the next one starts, if it starts. The one thing is pretty clear, Ambassador Volker, is that when this is done, the answer is not more American troops in the region. It's getting Europe to defend themselves, buying our material, our weapons, and for the most part, and then arming up themselves and be their own deterrent with our backing, with our coaching, with our war planning. But that's the key to this, isn't it?
That's exactly right, Brian. And to give President Trump credit, he's got NATO allies committed to spend 5% of GDP on defense now. He's got them willing to put troops in Ukraine as a coalition of the willing. He's got them helping Ukraine on air defense. They are going to be investing in doing a lot more, and that's exactly what we should be pushing for. So I think that part's coming together. But the tough part, and where the U.S. role is essential, is getting Putin to end the war.
Yeah, and I'm very curious. So they come out of Geneva, and they're gonna change these 28 points. It'll probably be 28, but different. And I'm seeing the edits coming through, and I look forward to the details. But then we're going to see if the Russians are going to dig in and say, I'll meet you there, too. I'll go into the other room, and I'll start working on it. Right now, there's no indication outside the emissary, the one who set up Alaska and gave, I think, Steve Witkoff bad information to set up Alaska. There's no indication that Putin will do that unless, of course, for some reason he feels as though he has to. He lost 20,000 people last month, according to our reports.
Yeah. Again, Putin is willing to sacrifice a lot of his own people anyway. Doesn't mean much to him that he lost 20,000 people. But I think in terms of the way Russia's going to handle this, I would just have to highlight, too, Russia never even said that they would agree to the original U.S. proposal, which was drafted by the Russians. So they are holding it out there and letting us churn. Having us present it to the Ukrainians, then we negotiate with the Ukrainians, and Russia just sits back and watches. And I'll guarantee you that they will just say, no, they're not going to do that, and this will just continue on because they want to see whether we really are willing to put pressure on them to get them to come to the table and end the war.
And it's clear Ukraine knows how to play the game now. They're not saying this doesn't work. They're saying, let me fix it. So that's right. Yeah, so I think that's smart. You know, so it doesn't look like both sides are being obstinate. No, you want me to? I'll work on it. No problem. I'll show up. See if those guys will.
That's right.
So I appreciate it.
That's exactly right.
Ambassador, we'll keep our eye on this, and hopefully we'll get the ending we're all looking for. Ambassador Kurt Volker, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, Brian. Thanks.
Back in a moment.
Do you believe President Trump has issued any illegal orders?
To my knowledge, I am not aware of things that are illegal, but certainly there are some legal gymnastics that are going on with these Caribbean strikes and everything related to Venezuela.
That is Alyssa Zlotnick, senator from Michigan, who won by just 1 point. And fancy.
Sorry, guys, I was on the phone with my doctor's nurse. So, but I am back. Oh, everybody's having a good day. Let's listen to a little bit of this. Again, with the Russian-Ukraine peace deal, I mean, if Zelensky doesn't take it, Trump said he's done. So,
herself a moderate who evidently put this tape together talking about a message to the military. You don't have to obey illegal orders. Really? What are illegal orders? Well, I don't really want to be stationed I don't want to be stuck in the USS Gerald Ford. I was supposed to come home. I'm going to disobey orders. I'm against this operation. Or I don't want to stay in Syria anymore. I'm against this operation.
By the way, guys, we got 26 minutes left on the Super Chat goal. 10 Super Chats, $5 and above. Since there's too many trolls, I'm only reading Super Chats because at this point, I just can't keep getting triggered by the chat. I'm not trying to get demonetized because of me being triggered. So send your Super Chats through. Get your name written down on the donor wall. Show some love and support. Help me continue to grow as we're on our road to 100,000 subs. Most importantly, we're almost to 10,000 subscribers. So thank you guys so much. And yeah, I can't remember what else I was going to say, but anyways.
And it's not my job to watch all those terrorists in those prisons. So why not just pick and choose what orders to disobey?
Зараз один з найважчих моментів на
God, every time I look at him, I think about him dancing in high heels. Every single time. Every single time I look at him, I think about him dancing in high heels.
нашої історії.
This is one of the most difficult moments in our history. The pressure on Ukraine is now at its most intense. Ukraine may now face a very difficult choice, either the loss of dignity or the risk of losing a key partner, or 28 difficult points, or an extremely harsh winter. The most difficult and further risk are life without freedom, without dignity, without justice, and believing someone who has already attacked us twice.
That major partner is the United States, who this week presented a framework to Kyiv to end Russia's war there. In a radio interview with Fox News, President Trump said that he had given Ukraine until Thursday to respond. Ukraine's government says that it is carefully reviewing the Trump administration plan. And earlier, President Zelensky held an urgent call with the leaders of Britain, Germany, and France to discuss this plan. The U.S. framework was drawn up in secret by the U.S. and Russia without consultation from Kyiv or Europe. A draft seen by CNN shows the proposal includes the Kremlin's maximalist demands, requiring Kyiv to half the size of its army and cede all territory lost to Russia in the past 3.5 years of war. Under the draft framework, Luhansk and Donetsk would be recognized as de facto Russian territories, as well as Crimea, which has been occupied by Russia since 2014. Russia would also keep parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is in London. Our Kylie Atwood joins us from Washington, D.C. Nick, let's start with you. As we heard there, ominous words from President Zelensky, calling this one of the most difficult moments of the country's history. He went on to say, I will present arguments, I will persuade, I will offer alternatives, but we will definitely not give.
But we begin with the latest messaging from the White House on efforts to end the war on Ukraine. In moments, I'll speak live with the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., Olga Stefanishina, about Ukraine's input into this U.S.-authored 28-point plan. Today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading a delegation.
Make sure you guys double tap that screen, guys. We just need a little under 50 likes to get to 100. Everybody just double tap your screen, or if you're on the computer, just hit the like button, show some love and support. And after you hit the subscribe button, because we're on the road to 10,000 subs, so make sure you hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you can always be a part of every single live stream we're in. I love seeing your beautiful faces in here every single day. Send through your super chats to help support the journey to 100,000 subs. As you guys know, your donations help me be able to do this Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to about 1:30, 2 o'clock p.m. Get your name written on the donor walls. We're filling up this whole room with donor names because this wall is already almost filled. So let's get into this and see what's happening. I'm going to go grab my plate out of the microwave quick.
In Geneva to talk with European security officials about this plan that's received backlash this weekend from Western leaders and some U.S. lawmakers. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst is live with the latest. Hey, Trey.
Jackie, good morning. Talks are taking place today in Geneva, Switzerland, aimed at ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. These conversations include officials from the U.S., Ukraine, and a variety of European countries, all trying to rally behind Kyiv. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke about the negotiations and a 28-point peace plan that has circulated in recent days.
I have signed a decree on the composition of the Ukrainian delegation and approved all relevant directives. Our representatives know how to protect Ukrainian national interests and exactly what is needed to prevent Russia from carrying out a third invasion, another strike against Ukraine.
Zelensky did not go into details about the 28-point peace plan that would require Ukraine to give up more territory in the east of their country and limit the size of their military. Some U.S. senators say that Secretary of State Marco Rubio told them the plan was a Russian wish list and not the actual plan. A State Department spokesperson responded to those comments, saying they were blatantly false, with Secretary of State Rubio saying in an X post, quote, "The peace proposal was authored by the U.S. It is offered as a strong framework for ongoing negotiations. It is based on input from the Russian side, but it is also based on previous and ongoing input from Ukraine." We're also hearing directly from the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, who warned that his troops would take more territory by force if the Ukrainians don't agree to the plan.
We have this text. We received it through existing channels of communication with the U.S. administration. I believe it can be used as the basis of a final peaceful settlement, but it has not been discussed with us in detail.
There is certainly a level of irony with the Russian leader talking about a peaceful settlement, since he is the man who ordered the initial full-scale invasion. But we do expect to get more information on this critical meeting today in Switzerland in the hours and days ahead. Jackie?
All right, Trey Yingst for us. Thank you so much, Trey. For more, let's bring in the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, Olga Stefanishina. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for being here. This is a very big weekend. How big, or how close, rather, are you to reaching an agreement? The president had given a Thursday deadline for Ukraine to respond, then seemed to suggest that maybe this isn't the final offer, but we are hearing that everyone is hopeful this might be very close. Is that true?
Well, if speaking from the perspective since the first day of the full-scale invasion, probably this momentum and these discussions which are taking place right now in Switzerland have so far been the most important part through this whole 3.5-year period in international engagements, because the commitment of U.S. president and U.S. leadership and the team is really strong. And as it was said, this is only the first proposal on the table, and indeed it's a wish list. It's not a document or an agreement. It's just a list of the points. It's been discussed right now, and it is an agreed line with Ukraine and the United States that it will be a constructive reconciling process.
Okay. Are there any items in this wish list, as you described it, that are non-starters for Ukraine? There's been a lot of concern raised that handing over parts of the Donbass that Russia does not control would basically give them a straight shot to Kyiv. Ukraine has obviously fought tooth and nail to defend those parts of your country. And then also capping Ukraine's military and essentially cutting it by a third. The Europeans suggested that those two measures could make Ukraine more vulnerable to attack in the future. Is that the current assessment from Ukraine?
Well, there are like a lot of points in this plan, and indeed European allies and partners are in Switzerland with us, because a number of points are directly related to them and to NATO. But again, this is again a wish list, a list of points. It's not an agreement, so the agreement should be as precise as possible. This, additionally to 28 points, there is a security assurances proposal from U.S. on the table, and it all should be embodied in the agreement. So teams are still working in Switzerland. Not yet final statements have been done. President has nominated Chief of his office Andrei Yermak as a Chief of Delegation. Also, the Chief of Military Intelligence Kirill Budanov is also part of the delegation. So this is a rather strong background on that.
But is handing the Donbass over a red line?
It's not something related to undermining the sovereignty, and it also says de facto. So the discussions are around that.
Okay. How much of this plan did Ukraine write? You heard the Secretary of State say that it was U.S. authored with input from the Russians, but also input from Ukraine. A White House official told me that point 26, amnesty to all parties, was actually written by Ukraine. And they said it previously said, before the revisions from Ukraine, that Ukraine will conduct a full audit of all the aid received and create a legal mechanism to recover any errors found and punish those who illegally profiteered from the war. Ukraine has obviously argued many times that Putin has committed war crimes. Why would Ukraine want to give Putin amnesty?
I can, and I have to confirm that formally Ukraine received the document when Secretary of Army Driscoll was there, and this is what was confirmed by my president as something formal, which has been handed over to him. And this is the document I saw, and this is
Ukraine forces losing dignity or key partner. Bro, this has been going on for too long. It just needs to stop. Whatever they can come to, they can come to. As long as they can keep a little bit of land or whatever. But it's like, bro, why keep going? You're killing all your people.
the basis on which the parties work right now in Switzerland. So, but what I know also, and I think it is really important, that there was a really strong commitment from U.S. Department of State and the White House to finally force Russia to put at least something on a paper, you know, to avoid being played with the peace, I would say.
Sorry, guys. By the way, I am eating some leftover roast from last night, so that's why I'm being a little quiet. I'm going to the gym in a little bit, but much love to you guys. Hey, I am watching CNN. I'm watching Fox. I'm watching alternative news. I'm trying to watch everything, okay? I've been covering it all morning. Please don't be assuming things in the chat. Be nice to each other in the chat. Again, this is why I'm not reading any comments unless it is super chatted, because I just get too triggered. Love you guys. Love you, Cloud Sugar. Love you, everybody who's been a part of the family. I love all of you. God bless everybody.
So I think having Russians preparing their proposals is something that was the original intention, just to avoid the situation of being playing around the talks, the real intentions. And also Ukraine have been talking about stopping on the existing line, the ceasefire, and also European allies and the coalition of willing had their proposals. So this document, I cannot call it a combination of all of that, but these all the discussions which were taking place.
The suggestion, though, by some was that this language about amnesty being injected by Ukraine was somehow generated because of this corruption scandal that's happening within the government. Obviously, this corruption was uncovered by Ukrainian anti-corruption agencies and is being addressed. But the suggestion is that they were willing to basically trade, amnesty for those officials for amnesty for Putin. Is that true?
Yeah, it's absolutely not correct to say that these are related amnesties. So you do not able, to put equal sign between, domestic exposures done by some domestic law enforcement institutions and peace and war issues and, political immunities for Ukraine. These are three different layers. Okay. And Ukraine has been standing for its freedom. The aggression started on our land, and we just defend ourselves. So whatever will be discussed further, this point is not part of this bigger framework.
The president indicated that this deal might be coming together quickly because Ukraine's military is in a bad spot. Listen to what he said this week.
They will lose in a short period of time.
The whole of Donbass?
They're losing land. So we're in it for one thing.
And then the vice president also said there's a fantasy that if we just give more money, more weapons, or more sanctions, victory is at hand. What is the military?
And a lot of those weapons and money goes places it shouldn't. A lot of those weapons are resold to other countries. A lot of the money is not put where it should be put, right? We need to stop giving our tax dollars and our weaponry to a country who's not only losing, but not doing what's right with the stuff we're giving them. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Assessment right now. Very recently, the president was saying that Ukraine is positioned to take back all of its territory. This sounds like there's been a change and that Ukraine is not doing so well. What's going on in the battlefield?
Well, I think the bottom line is that indeed there is
I said it yesterday and I'll say it today. Ukraine is not going to win. Russia's too big and too strong. And when they tell you that they are winning and they can reclaim their land, they're lying. It's not going to happen, bro. They're done. Like, I don't get why, like, they want to just keep doing this for obvious reasons, but it's like, they're done. Just fucking end it already, dude.
Occupied territory because there is a Russian aggression on our soil. It's not the territorial war between Ukraine and Russia. It's the aggression and the atrocious war on our soil. So there are territories which are occupied. There are like a big combat line with more than 1,000 combat engagements, and some of the parts of the territory being occupied, some of the parts of the territory were deoccupied. So, and indeed, the winter is coming. It's not only about the front line; it's about the massive attacks to energy infrastructure, which causes millions and millions of losses in infrastructure and loss of the multiple lives of the civilians. This is what is really serious. I cannot agree more that the situation is complicated, because what kind of situation could be not complicated when you have people dying in your country in the center of Europe?
So you're saying that the winter's coming. Obviously, it's concerning. It's concerning every year that the presence of these occupied territories and Russian troops and the aggression is a concern. But you wouldn't say that Ukraine is losing right now.
These are very, different terms, losing and winning. So we have been winning to remain as a state and depriving Russia from the ability to declare anything from the goals they had in 2022.
And very quickly, because we're almost out of time, this sanctions bill that's in Congress, what have you
Where
heard
did they
from
get
lawmakers
that?
about?
Oh, they have the most advanced drone. Where'd they get it? God, you guys are just fucking stupid.
How likely it is to get a vote? Is the administration supportive of it?
Well, I believe that when the Congress and Senate will reconvene in the beginning of December, nothing in the existing process on negotiations on this peace deal should be a precondition for delaying the voting on the bill.
Okay.
I think the stronger the position of the United States, the more Russians are committed to the real deal. Because at this point, this wish list and the letter of intentions of 28 points is nothing but the pretext for Russia to further manipulate, because everything they propose there is very manipulative, and you can read it in a double way as long as you want.
Okay. Ambassador Olga Stefanishina, thank you very much for joining us in the Sunday briefing. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jackie, for having us.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the...
Bro, did she just say set your DVR? Do people still use those things? People still use DVRs? That's crazy.
Right now, Trump's peace plan on the Ukrainian crisis, consisting of 28 points, is being very actively discussed all over the world. May I ask you, before we begin considering the main items of the agenda, to express your opinion, your attitude toward this plan, and how it is connected with your recent negotiations with Trump in Alaska? Yes, of course. There is no secret here. We have almost not discussed this publicly, only in the most general terms, but this is not a secret at all. President Trump's peace plan for resolving the situation in Ukraine was discussed before the meeting in Alaska. And during this preliminary discussion, the American side asked us to make certain compromises, to show, as they said, flexibility. The main meaning of the meeting in Alaska, the main goal of the meeting in Alaska, consisted in the fact that during the negotiations in Anchorage, we confirmed that, despite certain difficult questions, difficulties, For our part, we nevertheless agree with these proposals and are ready to demonstrate the flexibility proposed to us. On all these issues, we have thoroughly informed all our friends, partners of the Global South, including the People's Republic of China, India, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, South Africa, Brazil, many other countries, and of course, the CSTO countries. All our friends and partners, I want to emphasize this, absolutely every one of them, all of them supported these possible agreements. However, we see that after the negotiations in Alaska, a certain pause has set in on the American side. And we know that this is connected with Ukraine's de facto refusal of the peace settlement plan proposed by President Trump. I believe that this is precisely why a new version appeared. Essentially, a modernized plan now consisting of 28 points. We have this text. We received it through the existing channels of interaction with the American administration. I believe that it also can be laid as the basis of a final peace settlement. But this text is not being discussed with us in concrete terms. And I can assume why. The reason, I believe, is the same. The U.S. administration has still not succeeded in securing the consent of the Ukrainian side. Ukraine is against it.
100% that Zelensky's like, nope, we're not going to do it. This, that, and the third, crying around like a little baby like usual. Bro, just stop. I mean, at this point, like Trump said, if he says no and he doesn't agree to it, well, then he can keep fighting. We're pulling out. Like, what's the point of this anymore? Like, can anyone tell me the point of what this war is? Like what is this? What's the point? It just needs to stop.
Apparently, Ukraine and its European allies are still living in illusions and dream of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield. I think that at the basis of such a position lies not so much a low level of competence. I will not discuss that aspect now. But most likely this position is connected with the absence of objective information about the real state of affairs on the battlefield. And, judging by everything, neither in Ukraine nor in Europe do they understand what this may lead to in the end. Just one, the freshest example, Kupiansk. Very recently, as we remember, on the 4th, I believe, of November, that is, 2 weeks ago, in Kiev, they publicly stated that there were no more than 60 Russian servicemen in the city, and that in the next few days, as was said, this city would be completely de-blocked by Ukrainian troops. But I want to inform you that already at that moment, on November 4th, the city of Kupiansk was practically entirely and completely in the hands of the Russian armed forces. Our guys, as they say, were only finishing up. We're only clearing separate blocks and streets. The fate of the city at that moment had already been finally decided. What does this say? Either the Kiev leaders do not have objective information about the state of affairs at the front, or, having it, they simply are not capable, are not able to assess it objectively. If Kiev does not want to discuss President Trump's proposals and refuses to do so, then both they and the European warmongers must understand that the events that occurred in Kupiansk will inevitably be repeated in other key sectors of the front. Maybe not as quickly as we would like, but inevitably this will be repeated. And overall, this suits us, since it leads to achieving the objectives of the special military operation by armed means in the course of armed struggle. But we, as I have already said many times before, are ready also for peaceful negotiations, for solving the problems by peaceful means. However, this, of course, requires a substantive discussion of all the details of the proposed plan. We are ready for this. Let us nevertheless move on to those topics that have been proposed for discussion during today's Security Council meeting. Please, Sergei Viktorovich.
We are in a new hour here at Live Now from Fox. I'd like to thank you all for joining us on this Monday. Turning now to another major headline from over the weekend and also showcasing this, a live image that we have out of Jerusalem in Israel. Israel on Sunday saying that it struck Lebanon's capital for the first time since June.
Yep, to get a Hezbollah member.
Saying it killed Hezbollah's chief of staff, Haytham Tabatabai, and warning the Iran-backed militant group not to rearm and rebuild a year after their latest war. The strike in Beirut's southern suburbs killed 5 people and wounded 25 others, and that's according to Lebanon's health ministry. Hezbollah did confirm the death of that leader, and earlier it said the strike launched almost exactly a year after a ceasefire in the Israel-Hezbollah war threatened an escalation of attacks, just days before Pope Leo is scheduled to visit Lebanon on his first foreign trip. I want to talk more in depth about this by bringing onto the program now Benjamin Allison. He is a graduate fellow at Clements Center for National Security and a PhD.
Oh, Sean Ryan dropped his interview with Tucker Carlson 7 minutes ago. Damn, that's probably going to be a good interview. I'm going to have to go through it and then get some good clips out of it. Damn, it's going to be a good interview, guys.
To if drone.
All right, this is the last video I wanted to go over. I figured I'd go over it. Oh yeah, did Candace say she dropped her last Brigitte Macron thing? Hold on, let's check that out first. Did she say she dropped the last episode or something? I can't remember. I thought she said she dropped the last episode or something of Brigitte Macron thing.
Are out. What does he say about the rooftops? Because this is important. This is very, very important.
Other people have areas of responsibility. Well, the Monday before the event, we were still working through the arrival. And so we have concerns with rooftops. I mean, we got a location that we're not keen with.
Again, location we're not keen with, got a problem with rooftops. Hey, bud, you have to mitigate that as the company making millions of dollars off this contract. You have one job, to ensure Charlie Kirk goes home to see his wife and kids at the end of the day. That is your only job. You could talk to me about all these other jobs you think you have. Those are not true. You have one. Does Charlie Kirk get to go home and put his head down on his pillow next to his bride and to be able to kiss his babies in the morning when he gets a cup of coffee? That is your job, and you failed. You absolutely failed. You can try to blame the UVU campus. You could try to blame the Orem police. You could try to blame all these other people, but you failed your job. And it was preventable, and that's the key. It was preventable. You could have flown a drone. We'll find out in a minute about these rooftops.
We know what our responsibility is. We know what our statutory authority is. We know that we can't go up and set up our guys in sniper observer positions. It's not going to be allowed.
Okay, he just said we can't go set up our guys in sniper observer positions. Sir, you don't need a sniper observer position. You just need to be in the highest building around. And if somebody gets up on a rooftop, you give out the signal, and Charlie Kirk gets evacuated from the stage immediately. He's covered and evacuated, and he's gone. This is not rocket science. This is not rocket science. I've been around these very large events. I've been around these very, very large events. where people are on stage and there's 100 or 200,000 people there, and I've been on the wings of the stage and I've seen how the security works. And you know what? Let me tell you a secret. There is a signal to get people off the stage. I'm guessing there was a signal that day. They just didn't use it. They didn't use it because had they had somebody in an elevated position, and it turns out they did, we'll find that out in just a minute. They actually did have someone in an elevated position. They actually did. But had they had somebody in an elevated position who was actually scanning rooftops, Charlie Kirk would have gone home to Erica that night. None of us would be talking about it. You probably wouldn't know who Baron Coleman is because I would still be doing my podcast to friends and family. Instead, you guys have joined. You guys have shown up, showing there's good content in the world. It's just you got to find it.
And so we have some correspondence with the chief of the school on that day, on Monday before Charlie was killed. And why this hadn't come out and why he won't stand up like a man and admit this, I don't know. But he...
Again, blaming the police. He blamed them for the drones. He blamed them for the rooftops and blamed somebody else that we're in this crappy venue. Blame somebody else we can't fly drones and that no drones were in the air. Now he's blaming somebody that the rooftops were uncovered. This is very unbecoming of you as a security professional, by the way.
He's watching a bunch of men lose their careers, and he's okay with it. On Monday before, this correspondence...
You know, and he's very, like, cinematic with how he wants to talk, too, on this fucking interview, I noticed.
Went to Chief Long. Hello, Chief Long. We received this message today from the student group. There is a student roof access pretty close to where CK will be set up at the Utah Valley. The Sorensen Center has a couple of staircases that go up to walkways on the roofs.
Let's pause right there. He's not talking about the Losey Center. The Losey Center is not connected to the Sorensen Center. I will give you a quick look at a map. Let's do that real quick, shall we? Let's get familiar with the campus for just a second, because this is absolutely critical to understanding this text message. A lot of people are misinterpreting this text message, including Sean Ryan. This is the Sorensen Center right here. This is the Sorensen Center. That is a ledge. People are walking around under there. And what he's talking about is you can walk on this ledge right here, this gray ledge. That's a walkway. And it connects to this maroon ledge. And that maroon ledge walks right
Shout out Australia.
Charlie Kirk and right down over the top of Charlie Kirk. That's what he's talking about when in this text message. So he says there's student roof access pretty close to where CK will be set up at the Utah Valley Sorensen Student Center. That is this building right here. Now, the building in question, where Charlie Kirk allegedly was shot from, is this large building right here. This is the Losey Center or Losey Center or Lucy Center. I've heard it pronounced 3 different ways this week. This is a totally different structure. This is not referenced at all in this text message. This building is the Sorensen Center and this gray walkway that leads to the maroon walkway that leads to the balcony above Charlie Kirk. That is mentioned. So now that we've got our bearings, let's go back and see what Brian Harpole says that he thinks this means. It's nonsensical. Absolutely nonsensical. Now you can read it.
He comes back, and for edification, the Sorensen Center was the building in front of the Lucy Center. And so he comes back and he says, you want access to the roof.
That's it. You want access to the roof. That's the question from the officer. Do you want access to the roof? I got you covered. What does I got you covered mean in response to, do you want access to the roof? The first one to get it right, I'll give you a shout out. What does that mean? What does it mean? If I say, do you want access to the roof? And you say something? No, it's not no follow-up. It's not covered. What is he saying to him when he says, I've got you covered? What is I have you covered? Ah, there it is, right there. He gave them access to the roof. That's it. Thank you, World in Chaos 2007. That is what he gave them. You want access to the roof? You got it, Bub Scarino. Have at it. I don't care. That's all that happened in this exchange. This little nonsensical, rambling, compound question right here that would be inadmissible in any court of law. If you asked to witness this question, I was told students have access to above us. If this is true, it would be nice to either have it controlled access or allow one of my guys to be up there as well if possible. Well, here's the dirty little secret, ladies and gentlemen. They were up there. They were up there. So what is it that Brian Harpole wants the chief to come out and admit? Because we'll find out in a second, Brian Harpole's man was on this exact area he's talking about. There's student roof access pretty close to where Charlie Kirk will be set up. The Sorensen Center has a couple of staircases that go up to the walkways on the roof. Access above us. It'd be nice if we could have a man up there above us. Got you covered. Again, what is he talking about? He's talking about this area right here. Access above us. This is the area right here, this maroon walkway, these squares directly above Charlie Kirk. The chief said, I will give you access. I have you covered. That's all that took place there. And if there's any confusion about what any of that means, then we talked about this earlier. It's incumbent on the person in charge of keeping Charlie Kirk alive to get clarification. It is not incumbent on the chief of police to give clarification that's not asked for. He answered your question. You want access to the roof? Blah, 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 blah. I got you covered. Have it. Have fun. Get on the roof. Have a good time. Now, we will later learn they did station somebody right here. So as far as the chief of police knows, everything he asked for, he was given. It would be nice to have it controlled.
Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to do something. I want to look up something. UVU. So he's talking about here. And that one guy who was taking the video while the shot rang off was here. Then he went down this way. I want to know this. This maroon rooftop is everywhere. Okay. So why would they not ask as well, hey, there's vantage points here, here, and apparently the shot was taken from here. Boom. Right? All of this, right? Because it was taken from right there. He ran over past here. Yeah. In my opinion, they should have had police officers. They should have someone here, here, and over here. But they should have had someone flying a drone. But that's also where he said, well, we couldn't get a drone, which is a lie. If they had someone right here, right, that would watch there, but then they also had someone that was like, I don't know, anywhere here to check all of this. Because if they could have went and had a drone that could fly all around this, it could have been prevented. That's crazy to think that he jumped. He jumped off here, ran this way, and into the woods. I don't know. I just think the whole drone theory, they should add a drone. If that is where he was talking about on the roof, because initially when I watched the Brian Harper interview, when he said, "Hey, there's an access point to the roof," I thought they were talking about like an actual roof. This isn't like a roof. This is more like a, I don't know, what would you call this? I mean, yeah, it's a roof. There's a building here, but like this is like a walkway. Like you can walk all like this is like a roof slash sidewalk slash, I don't know what you would call that. But if that right here is where they were talking about, that's crazy because it's like there's a lot more vantage points than right here. Like you should have been talking about anywhere over here, right?
Controlled, and they did control it. They put some caution tape up and made it a temporary criminal trespass zone. It would be nice to have it controlled access. They did, and it would be nice to have one of my guys there. They also had one of the guys there, a Brian Harpole guy. He was up there, so he got everything he wanted. He got everything he wanted, but he is still blaming other people. Baller, this is not their fault. This is your fault.
It is still, all those deaths are still worth having the Second Amendment. Like, you just want our guns taken. Like, all you people that say that are just like, this is why I said I'm not reading anything unless it's a super chat.
This is your fault. Period. End of story. We continue. And again, he got both. He got controlled access and he got one of his guys up there. So why are you using this to try to defame and slander a good police chief who gave you what you wanted? Oh, I didn't share it. Sorry, guys. Again, sorry. I can back it back up. I'll back it back up a little bit.
At the Utah Valley, the Sorensen Center has a couple of staircases that go up to walkways on the roofs. He comes back, and for edification, the Sorensen Center was the building in front of the Lucy Center. And so he comes back, and he says, "You want access to the roof?" And came back and said, "I was told students have access above us. If this is true, it would be nice to either have it controlled access or allow one of my guys to be there as well, if possible." He comes back, and his last correspondence was, "I got you covered."
And he did both. And he did both. He gave controlled access to the area above Charlie Kirk, which is all you asked for. And he gave you access to have one of your men stationed up there, which is all you asked for. You didn't ask for police up there. You didn't ask for snipers up there. You didn't ask for drones up there. You asked for controlled access above Charlie Kirk. They gave you that. You asked for one of your men on that roof. He gave you that.
Baron, you got to continue into this interview because he said that he asked for drones, but it wasn't able to happen or some shit. I remember specifically.
Why are we talking about this? You just went on Sean Ryan's show and said that he's not being a man and admitting this conversation. What are you talking about? He gave you everything you asked for. What a slimeball move that was. That poor police chief. Millions of people on X trashing this police chief, all because he gave you everything you wanted.
What else am I to do?
Nothing. You're not supposed to do anything else because he gave you everything you wanted. You know what you're supposed to do, big boy? You know what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to make sure the guy under your protection doesn't get shot. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make sure he doesn't get shot in the neck. That's what you're supposed to do. The chief is not complicit.
Holy shit. He's getting to be passionate just like me. Why is my camera fucking doing that? What the fuck is going on? Okay, that's it. Yo, this camera's tweaking out, dude.
When a command level person from an accredited police department says, I've got this area. Jeez.
Again, he did not say he has the area. He didn't say he has the area. He gave you both things you wanted. He gave you both things you wanted. Controlled access to the area above you.
You know, this Baron Coleman, he does a good job because I would have never thought about it like he did. He does do a good job at kind of clarifying some things.
And one of your men up there. That's all. That's all.
Stay blessed, brother. Have a good day at work, brother.
That's all you asked for. And for you to get on the Sean Ryan show and defame that man who's got a family, who's got a career in Orem, Utah, is just disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And I can't believe nobody's calling this guy out. What a clown. What an absolute clown. What an absolute...
I know, that's why I said I was just completely disappointed in Sean Ryan in this interview. It's like completely disappointed. I mean, seriously, he fucking didn't push back. He didn't give any sort of question to anything that was told to him. He just sat there like a good little boy and listened to everything, and that was it. Sean Ryan completely disappointed me in this interview. And this is what started making me think that Sean Ryan's propaganda. At first, I thought Sean Ryan was like this base guy who had all these people on, who like wanted the truth. And then it was like after this interview, it's like, yeah, now Sean Ryan to me is just, yeah.
Clown. You go to the chief, you get everything you want, and then you still blame the chief because you failed.
Yeah, and then good luck in doing another event in Utah if that's the case.
And let me say something for Sean Ryan here. Buddy, do you not know how to read a text? You are allowed to do follow-up questions. You have a microphone. You're sitting there looking across. I mean, you look very sincere here. You look like you've taken it all in. You're allowed to ask a follow-up question, Sean. What did you mean by that? Let's go through this line by line. What were you asking for that you didn't get? Let's actually use the language. Not your interpretation now, looking back that your client is dead under your watch. Let's not do it then. Let's look at what actually was said in the text message. I see. Oh, I'm sorry. Imagine I'm Sean Ryan for a second. Oh, you asked to have one of your men on the roof. Was one of your men on that roof above Charlie? Oh, they were? Oh, shoot. What are you complaining about? Oh, you asked for controlled access also. Surely they, they gave you controlled access too? Oh, man. What are you complaining about? What are you complaining about? What a clown. What an absolute defamatory clown.
Yeah, and that day, guys. That day, there was a ton of people up on this roof. As you guys remember, that guy who was recording right here when the shots rang out, he was like interviewing a couple college students. There was a ton of people up here. So one officer is like a needle in a haystack, let alone everybody who's around here. In the observatory area right here, there was a ton of people. I mean, there was just a ton of people everywhere. They should have had more than one officer up here. They should have had, with the way that this place is set up, they should have genuinely had people stationed everywhere and a drone flying. But if you go back to the interview with Sean Ryan and Brian Harpool, the guy said, we asked for a drone and the chief said it couldn't happen or something like that. I wonder if Barron's going to get into this or get into it.
I was. All right. This is probably the limit of lunacy that you're about to hear here. This is hide the ball, obfuscate, tell lies. That's all that you're about to hear right here. This is the rock story.
There was giant rocks that they used for architectural design all around there. And so we're seeing these rocks on the ground, and it's like, oh, people can come by and pick up these rocks and then throw them down on us and throw them down on Charlie. And so we did a temporary criminal trespass zone right above him on that bridge.
Oh, sounds like controlled access. You did a what? What did you do right above him on that bridge?
There was giant rocks that they used for architectural design all around there. And so we're seeing these rocks on the ground, and it's like, oh, people can come by and pick up these rocks and then throw them down on us and throw them down on Charlie. And so we did a temporary criminal trespass zone right above him on that bridge walkway so that people couldn't come in it and throw rocks down on him.
Excuse me, this may be the lawyer in me, but let me interpret this real quick. Temporary criminal trespass. That means law enforcement was involved in establishing that zone. Because Brian Harpole cannot make a criminal trespass zone inside of Orem, Utah. That would require the police. That would require the police. Brian Harpole does not have the ability to make trespass zones, period.
There was a shit ton of people up on that access point, though.
End of story. He doesn't.
Welcome in, Kathy.
Which means the police made a temporary trespass zone, which means the police made controlled access above Charlie. That's what you asked for. That's what you asked for before you slandered the cop saying he didn't give you what you asked for. The cop created a temporary trespass zone, a criminal trespass zone. Precisely what you asked for. Now, let me go back to the rock thing here. This is stupid. This is probably the dumbest point he made all night. If you go back to our Google Earth,
I love how he prints out these little things and he tapes them on his hat. BS detector.
image. These are the rocks he's talking about here. This light tan sandy color right here. These are the rocks. This in fact, these are the rocks that Terrell Farnsworth was standing in taking a selfie going, Charlie's dead. Ah. You remember that? You remember that video?
Yeah, that was despicable.
In order to get these rocks and throw them down on Charlie, you would have to get these rocks, walk them over here.
Thank you very much to just a Mima. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Mima is what my kids call my aunt. They call her Mima. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Let me get your name written down wherever the marker's at. I swear, I lose this marker on the daily. Give me 1 second. Watch out, Zeus. I don't want to hurt you. But yeah, that's what my kids call my aunt, Mima. I love that name. Thank you so much, Mima, for the $5 super chat. As you guys know, that helps your boy continue to do this Monday through Friday, and it helps upgrades in the studio, and it just helps your boy be able to continue to pursue his dreams. Like I said, 9:30 to about 1:30, Monday through Friday, trying to build this family and build such a good community. I'm so proud of the community we built. Welcome to the community, Just a Mima. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. God bless you, and I am about to write your name down on the wall. Just a Mima. Where should we put it? Thank you so much again for the $5 super chat. God bless you. I'm glad that you enjoy the content. I hope you are subscribed with the notification bell so you can be in here in every single live stream. Again, I try my best to make the content better and better every single day. Again, there are a lot new upgrades coming, especially when it comes to the setup of the studio. Don't worry, the donor wall is not going anywhere. All the beautiful names I have written down are going to stay exactly where they're at, and where I do the stream is going to be exactly where it's at. I'm just going to help the setup a little bit so it looks a bit more professional, but thank you so much, and God bless you. I I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again, your guys' donations go a long way helping your boy out when it comes to the growth of the channel, and when it comes to me being able to pursue my dreams doing this Monday through Friday. So thank you so much, and God bless you. Glory is only in Christ. Again, blessings are not just handed out; they're given. Blessings are not just given; they're earned. And I'm glad that I earned your blessing. Thank you so much, Mima. I'm glad you'll be back. I'm looking forward to it. Welcome to the See Me Now family. Love you.
Here to these stairs, up to the roof, and then walk them down here and throw them down on Charlie. I mean, could it happen? Maybe. But I mean, it's not like people just pick them up and chunk them over the edge. You gotta transport them. These are big, heavy rocks. It's the dumbest point I've ever heard. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of the structure of the environment that you're supposed to protect. We've already caught you slandering the cop, lying. Well, I don't know about lying, because I think lying takes a certain level of intellect, and I'm not frankly sure he has it.
Welcome in, Angry Lake Woods.
But the whole rock thing was absolutely ludicrous. Now, let me go forward just a little bit, because we're going to go back to rooftop access here in just a second. And we're going to hear more falsehoods about the roof.
Get less so you can see more.
All right, here we go.
He has the same problem I have with Streamlabs, because he and Streamlabs, you have to continue.
Rooftops were not supposed to be covered from the PD.
He has the same problems
The PD
I have
did
in
not say I got
not Streamlabs, StreamYard. Using StreamYard, he has the same problem. When you want to show something and you take it off, you bring yourself back to full screen, then you want to put it back on, you put it back on. It's very easy to forget to put the thing back on the screen you're trying to show the people. So I chuckle at him doing this, because I have the same problem with StreamYard. But I stopped using StreamYard because, to me, Streamlabs, even Streamlabs free, has a lot more features and better features than StreamYard. StreamYard's $60 a month for like no features.
You covered on the rooftops. Let me play that again. It was quick, and it was defamatory, and it was wrong.
Thank you so much, Angry Liquid. God bless you. I'm feeling all right. Getting ready to go to the gym in a little bit here.
Damn it, I keep forgetting to share. Let me back it up. I'm so sorry.
See, same thing I always did on Streamlab. StreamYard he's using.
I'm so sorry. This is amateur hour. You guys deserve better. You guys deserve better. I cannot apologize enough.
Everything's good.
A few
brother.
more donations, and I promise you, I will hire a producer. And I won't have these problems.
Pare down through that area of responsibility so you can see the things that are going on. And once that's cleared, you move to the next one. But if you're just looking out at the mountainside, all you're going to see is the mountainside.
And the rooftops were supposed to be covered from the police drones.
PD said, I got you covered.
The PD said, I got you covered. Again, class.
Not with the drones, though.
At the risk of repeating myself, to what did he say he had you covered? Controlled access above Charlie, on the rooftop directly above Charlie. You wanted controlled access. That's that Sorensen Center access you were talking about. And you got it. Criminal trespass zone. We just established that. Now, granted, I skipped about 6 minutes of podcast, but I was able to pick up on it when I watched it the first time. And I was driving. Don't tell people that. Never mind. I was not driving. I was stationary when I was watching it. I wasn't in a car. It was not on the dash.
Hey, we all listen to podcasts while we're driving. I'm not sure about putting it on the dash, but
I was obeying every law on the road. But I picked up on it. He gave you controlled access, which you asked for, and he gave you the ability to put one of your men up there to control that controlled access. You got both things you asked for. Here you are, yet again, passing the buck and refusing to take responsibility for the failure on your part and your team's part for sending Charlie Kirk into a death trap.
You know, my thing is this. It's one person. You're telling me that this security firm gets paid millions of dollars a year, and you're telling me that they can't have one person with a drone that has enough capability to fly around and see all the rooftop points of view? Yeah, it just, nothing adds up about this whole situation.
Once again, the police said, I got you covered. Yeah, and he gave you everything you asked for.
Got you covered.
I am Central Daylight Time, so my time right now is 1:12. So I start at 9:30 in the morning, a little bit before sometimes. The latest will be 10:30. But I usually start every day about from 9:15 to 9:30, and I go to about now till about 2. It depends if I go to the gym or if I have to do something else.
And so that zone was dropped.
That zone was not dropped, sir. That zone was not dropped. I don't know how that got past Sean Ryan. I expected better of him because he positions himself as some kind of an intellectual. I expected a little higher quality follow-up there.
But K-File's extensive reporting now shows the two shared a close social circle for nearly 2 decades. From private.
There was no follow-ups from Sean Ryan on that interview. I was very disappointed in Sean Ryan. It was ridiculous. That whole fucking interview was just trash. I'm not gonna lie. I keep thinking that my keyboard down here on this MacBook right here is the keyboard up on the other one. I'm glad that I got this mouse though. It makes it so much easier for me to go to stuff. So if we go to the Brian Harpool interview, which we're not going to play much, we're just going to kind of pick up where he left off quick.
3 meters to the right and 10 meters to the left, there was no shot. And so I want to know when that guy got on the roof.
Let's put the visual.
See, you would have known when that guy got on the roof if you would have had a drone. Now, if you guys see this little X that they have right here is apparently where he took the shot. Bang. Right? Right here. If they would have had a drone up, and I mean, that, like I was saying, look at all the people everywhere. Even if they would have had a, like, they were so worried about above Charlie Kirk. You know, they were so worried about right here that if they would have just been worried about, like I said, over here where all those other people were at, right? And they had a police officer here, they may have seen the gentleman up here. Or let alone if they would have had a sniper at a higher access point like here or here, they would have seen him. Just saying.
Of what that looks like on the screen right now.
We took that shot before.
Really?
We always do.
We took that shot before. We always do. So if you're here and you take this shot, right? So according to him, this is before Charlie was shot. You're telling me that you took this picture and you always do. You always take a picture of right here before Charlie comes. You're telling me as a security person, your security firm gets paid millions of dollars a year. You're telling me that you didn't see this part right here and think, that could be a problem. Or this part, or this part, or any of these people up here. You're telling me that the only place that you thought about when you took this picture that you said you take every time, you took this picture, you're telling me the only place you thought about and worried about was right here above Charlie Kirk? You're telling me that this is the only place you were worried about? Right here. This is the only place, right above where Charlie was. right? This is where he wanted that officer deployed. But if you take that picture, I wonder if I can't go down here. God, those mountains are beautiful. Can I go down here? Here, let's see. So if he took that picture and he was right here and he looked up over here, you're going to tell me that he didn't see that and think, he wanted a police officer up here to the left, up there. That doesn't even make sense. It makes a little sense, but it doesn't make as much sense as maybe having some police officers, I don't know, up here where there was a bunch of people. Or, back here. I mean, the whole thing is just freaking ridiculous. There's so many points of view. It's like and you got, the crazy thing is that they're all military. They're all ex-military. So you know that this, like, when he comes here, and look at this picture. When he comes here, there is multiple levels just within the crowd, which is a risk. There's levels here with the crowd. There's multiple different roofs everywhere, as we've seen on Google Maps. You're going to tell me that you couldn't even get a drone, so you can't send a person over there? And they would say, well, we didn't have much people. We can't send a person over there because we didn't have much people. Well, okay, well then, again, why not get the drone? Let it watch over there with the drone. It's just crazy.
We sit down in the space and we take the shot and send it back to Charlie so that he can see what he's going to see. Yeah, and that's a routine thing that we do.
Dr. Butt, I agree with you, and I firmly agree with them labeling them as a terrorist organization.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, it's mental preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So here's a visual of what you guys
correct
were able to see.
Yep. And so here's my question, and hopefully it'll come out in timeline. All right. We've all seen the pictures of the guy when he came on through the staircase.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, there's a difference between a guy walking up and getting on a roof and a guy walking up and getting on a roof. And did he run over to a known position? What you're doing there tactically is you're working a loophole. You guys did that on a roof. You bang a hole through one side, and then you step back and you put another hole and you shoot through that hole when that opportunity comes through. Like, this is a big loophole. And so you tell me you just ran up onto a roof, pop yourself down in a position that was in a loophole?
Can you describe that loophole again real quick, just now that we have the visual up so people can see it?
You get up on this Sorensen Center. I mean, not Sorensen. Lucy Center that's behind the Sorensen Center. And so from where we're standing, we can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
One, it's not our area of responsibility, so that's why we're not.
It's not your area of responsibility? Can you see it on the picture you take every time before you take every time Charlie comes, you take a picture like this? Can you see it? Can a person get on there? Can you see it? I'm pretty sure it's your area of responsibility if it's right here in fucking front of where Charlie's going to be speaking. It's a potential shooting spot. Like, what?
Look in there. First one, we're looking at threats right in front of us. You see, how many threats do you have in front of you right here?
About
3,000.
3,000.
Right? And so that's what we're looking at. And then it's kind of like you could be in front of a 18,000-foot mountain, and there's a 36,000-foot mountain behind it. You're not going to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to be cognizant of that. And then if he would have stopped just a little bit to the right, he wouldn't have been able to see it because the Sorensen Center would have been in the way.
I mean, it's a very specific point.
Spot.
It's not just, which is what I thought. I thought it was just climb on the roof and you've got the vantage point.
So you're
very
telling me
much
there's
like
enough blind ass
PA.
luck that you ran up there, didn't crawl, you didn't get up. He didn't.
Dude, but are you forgetting about the Discord logs of people plotting saying something's big is going to happen? You think that this couldn't have been coordinated? Like, you think that people couldn't have scoped out the school that are already there? Like,
Get up there like the secondary guy that tried to shoot Trump, where he was bugged down in the weeds for a while. This was a boom on, boom run to, boom take the shot.
yeah. But the thing is, like, how did he take shot? How did he get up? And apparently, like, when he jumped down, he didn't have a rifle. How did the rifle go from the roof to the bushes where they found him, or that backyard? I don't think it came out. To be honest, dude, I don't think the shot came from there.
And it's like, did you get all that off
I mean,
Google?
it had to have been rehearsed to find that, which I believe you said is basically did you say
Holy shit, dude. You scared me, homie. Hi. You scared me, bro. You guys see that? My cat literally just came up to me to show me some love, but he scared the shit out of me. Holy. Come here. Oh. Come here. Scared me. Hear him purring? Scared the crap out of me.
7-foot vantage point basically ahead?
Oh, I'd have to.
It's small.
It's not big.
There's the visual. Who gives a fuck? It's a small area.
It's not something. And then
you would have to search for that. You would have to search for that vantage point if you didn't know. So it would be great to see the footage. Maybe it's out there of him running straight to the point, or did he search around looking
exactly
for
what
it?
I want to know. Do we have?
It'd be great if that chief of police would have put that fucking drone up.
We'd have had it. Or I'd have flown that drone up his ass if we could have had one. So those are questions I have. Those are tactical.
So like Baron Coleman said, he's just placing all the blame on the police chief. Because I recall this guy, Brian, answers, well, I couldn't fly our own drone because there's an airport right by and it's affecting airspace or something like that. Some stupid fucking answer that I'm sure is not right, that I'm sure if we talk to I wonder, should we call the chief of police from Utah and ask him if that's right? Should we call the chief of police from Utah and ask him, is Brian telling the truth on the Sean Ryan interview? Should we try and do that live? Right, Mima? Yeah. He just jumped up behind me and scared the crap out of me all randomly. I'm glad I got that on cam. He's a good kitty. Whoa, 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 whoa. A little bit. Didn't you see that French and Israeli forces are hired and contracted for a hit on Candace's life, I guess? We should try and call. I wonder, where were they at? Where is it Orem, Utah? UVU. Where is it located? Orem, Utah. So Orem, Utah police. Put a 1 in the chat if I should call Orem, Utah's police and talk to him about Brian Harpool. I gotta get out of here soon. Says it's in Orem. UVU's in Orem, Utah, it said. Let's see here.
Hello, you have reached the non-emergency number for Provo, Orem, and Linden Police. If you are having an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. Otherwise, for English, press 1. Para español, presione 2. If you need to report an accident or a crime, or speak to an officer regarding an ongoing case, please press 1.
Hi, say I just got a quick question, and I'm a media reporter calling to ask about the chief of police there. I kind of wanted to ask some questions about a recent interview that came on the Sean Ryan podcast, and I just had a couple of questions for him because they're completely bashing him when it came to the Charlie Kirk situation. I'm sure he's not going to be able to say anything or want to say anything, but I figured I'd call to see if I can't get a statement. Okay. Why is this not loud? Well, apparently wherever UVU's at, whoever would have been handling the UVU process with Charlie Kirk security. So Orem, is that where it's at? Let's try Orem. I think they're working with the Orem. For some reason, my phone's not picking up right, guys. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, thank you. See, guys, this is some real journalism. See, guys, this is why you guys gotta support the channel and show love to me and join the family, because I am not afraid to do any of this.
Hello, you have reached the voicemail of Katie Rossiter, Police Administrator and Assistant Chief Adams. If this is a life-threatening emergency, please hang up and dial 911. Please note that calls received outside of the general working hours of Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. may not be returned until the following business day. If you need immediate but non-urgent assistance, please feel free to reach our non-emergency dispatch line at 801-229-7070 for any general inquiry.
Welcome in, always Claudia.
Leave a message with me, and I will get back to you at my earliest possible moment. Thank you.
Hi, say this is Sheldon from See Me Now Media. I'm just calling to ask a couple quick questions. The police chief potentially at the Orem Police Department about the UVU situation with Charlie Kirk. I was just wondering who was working in correspondence with him. I didn't know if it was the Orem Police Department, which I'm pretty sure it was, or someone else. But if it is you guys, I would like to maybe see if I can ask the chief a couple questions, because on the Sean Ryan show on YouTube, Brian Hartpool, the head of his security, did a podcast, and he was just kind of bashing the police chief, saying that he wasn't given what he was asking for in like certain things like that when it came to drones. And I just had a couple questions about it, because to me it seems like he's throwing the police under the bus instead of taking accountability for their own actions. So if you want to give me a call back at all right, well, I don't know. I called, left a message. We'll see if they call back. My phone might turn out. My phone might stop any. Hold on. I don't want it to stop the call. My phone likes to do that because I don't like. My phone likes to silence unknown callers, so. All right, there we go. I turned that off. Yeah, I guess we'll see if that happens. I swear they said they were working with Orem, right? I can just look it up. What? Yeah, it's not really saying too much. $10 left on my super chat goal. Help me beat my record. My highest ever super chat was $100 from Natalie. Shout out Natalie. Help me beat my record by getting a higher than $100 super chat. You said try Provo, Utah.
Hello. You have reached the non-emergency number for Provo, Orem, and Linden Police. If you are having an emergency, please hang up.
Yeah, that's the place I just called. They're all connected. So, if when they call me back, if it is the other place, then they'll tell me. But yeah, they're all connected. That's the place I was called, and they're all he said that they're all connected, so they would let me know anyway. What's up, kitty? What's up, buddy? UVU police chief. Should I try and contact them? Utah Valley University Police.
Campus Police.
Hi, say, is there any way I can get directed to your guys' chief?
Can I ask what this is about?
This is Sheldon from See Me Now Media. I'm just calling in regards to the Charlie Kirk situation, and there was recently a podcast that came out with Brian Harpool, the head of his security, seemingly throwing the police that he worked with under the bus. So I kind of just had a couple questions on if things were true on what he said on the podcast.
Okay. Any information is going to go through our PIO. Her name is Sharon Turner. I can give you her phone number if you want that.
Yep.
Okay, are you ready for it?
Yep.
All right, it's 801-863-6807.
All right. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, you're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. I'm sure they get calls like this all the time. So 801-863-6807. 6807. You guys got to show some love, man, for me being a good investigative journalist.
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Every time I try and
Please
call
leave
their
a message
PR
after
person,
the
they always
tone.
send me
When you have finished,
to the
please hang
voice
up or
box.
press the pound key for more options.
Hi, say, this is Sheldon from See Me Now Media. I'm just calling in regards to asking a few questions. I was trying to talk to the police chief of UVU Campus Police, but they sent me to you. I just had a few questions about a recent Sean Ryan interview that came out with Brian Harpool, the head of Charlie Kirk's security, and some claims he was making. He seemed to have been throwing the chief and other staff under the bus when it came to some setup operational things. So I just had a couple questions. If you give me a call back at be a good idea to just, ask some questions. All right, so called both of them, called everybody. I'm calling the whole fucking world. Next, I'm calling the FBI, and I left my number so they can call me. If I'm off stream and they call me, I'm definitely gonna record it. Don't know if that's illegal or not. Hope not. But yeah, because I don't think I can talk to him on stream. Yeah, that's probably a good legal thing to wonder about. Can I do that? Like, I don't want to get arrested. So I'll probably have a conversation with him on the record. Write down what we talk about and go over it on stream if they call me back. Yeah. But, your boy's always out here trying to find the truth, man. That's why I'm not afraid to do this shit. I'm not afraid to call nobody. We're going to get it done. Because at the end of the day, this needs to be figured out. And this guy seems to be throwing them under the rug. Or under the bus. That's for sure. Oh, they didn't give us what we asked for, this, that, and the third. Oh, I would have flown the drone up his ass. What are you talking about? Shut your mouth. Shut your little mouth. You understand? Shush. Shh. Be quiet. I know 100%, Takara. Thank you a little bit. All right, 5 minutes left on my super chat goal, guys. Again, you don't have to. It's just something fun I do. Natalie gave me my highest super chat ever. Made my heart drop through my asshole when she sent it. $100 super chat was crazy. So just for fun, I put up a super chat goal, $100 and higher. Try and break the record. Something fun I'm trying to do. So if you guys want to bless me and show or send me or break the record and send over 100, that'd be cool. If not, that's fine. Your subscriptions and your likes are enough. We're just on our road to 100,000 subs, and your subscriptions and your likes are all that I need. Blessings are not given, they are earned. And if you feel like I earned your blessing, then may you go ahead and bless me. Again, thank you to Mima for the $5 super chat. You are awesome. Again, it's so cool that your name is Mima because my kids call my aunt Mima. That's a big thing around the house, Mima. Or my mom. My mom doesn't like to be called grandma, so it's Nana. You guys like my nails, by the way? I'm trying to tear it off, but I let my kids paint my nails pink. How masculine. And I'm going to be going to the gym and lifting weights. Masculine. I know, but sometimes it's illegal to record. Sometimes it's illegal to record phone calls without the other person's knowledge, especially in what state you're in. So I think for legal purposes and for just podcast purposes of being able to keep it up and not be like flagged or like reported, I'll take the call offline and then record it and then talk about it on the pod. And if they give me consent to release the call with them, then I will definitely do that. But I'm going to go about it smartly. That's for sure. Yeah, they definitely cuz I painted my daughter's nails yesterday. And then every time I do it, they're like, "Can we paint your nails?" So I said, "Fine, yes." I always gotta do it. Meemaw. I like that though. I like meemaw. 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 But yeah, man, this guy's definitely sketchy, and I thought that since the jump. When this interview first came out, too. When this interview first came out, I was thinking to myself, I was like, "Damn, Sean Ryan's gonna push back. He's got military experience. He's gonna ask these questions that we've been wanting to ask." And yeah, Sean Ryan just completely disappointed me. So, um, yeah, the interview with Tucker Carlson is gonna be interesting too. We could watch that at some point, but I'm not gonna do that today.
We're talking about the tearing up of the crime scene, and everybody's wanting them to find the bullet.
Zeus, bro, you are annoying me, brother. I love you. Yes, I love you to death, but you are annoying me. I'm probably gonna get off here in a few minutes. I want to go to the gym, and I gotta get my kids from school. And Yeah, 9 more beautiful people need. Double tap that screen and show some love and support. Get to 100 likes. But yeah, we'll watch the Sean Ryan and Tucker Carlson interview tomorrow for sure. Okay. Let's kind of go over this a little bit and see what he has to say about this.
I mean, if the bullet hit any bone at all, there is no bullet. It's just fragmentation.
Great point.
And
that was discussed already.
And if there was no exit wound in the autopsy though, there should be. I mean, if there was no exit wound, then there should be fragmentation of the bullet would have fragmented into
30 seconds. Is anyone going to break the record of the highest super chat dono? $100. Needs to be over 100. Is anyone going to break it? 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Nah, I'm just playing. It's just something fun I do. God bless you guys.
Who knows how many pieces?
The doctor, and again, this is not a non-disclosure violation, but the doctor told us, came out there and told us. And then they also told chief of staff. So the bullet came in and hit the vertebra. So it came in and then tore up everything in the wound cavity, hit the vertebra, crushed it, shattered it, turned, crushed the second one, turned, kept going down all the way. I think they said C6.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like, why not put that info out? Why not put it out?
Yeah, and this is a 30-06 bullet we're talking about. And Sean Ryan's just sitting there like, holy shit. Yeah, okay.
And then
why wouldn't they put that out?
I gotta let my dogs out. I'll let
do me
this
a
play
favor.
while I let them out.
Don't make me do it. It's not my job. And so then it got to here, and you're exactly right. And then hit, I think, 6, and then fragged. So explanation 101. What are you hiding? Yeah. It's like I'm sitting back here when people are saying we bombed him, or there's a wound. I'm like, hey, if somebody would, from an official capacity, would just release that. And I don't see how that could jeopardize a fair trial for a guy. And or somebody called the doctor. Somebody just call him.
Yeah, I got some. I usually drink a couple pots of coffee a day. I didn't drink much coffee today. I just had a couple cups. Takara, I agree 100%, and I like that guy. Did you see the other dog? Yeah, that dog's name is Kane.
This guy George Zen.
By the way, what I was saying was, yeah, okay, so a 30-06 is gonna go through, hit the vertebra, go down and hit another vertebrae, and then just frag. Dude, that 30-06 is gonna go right through. There's no stopping it.
Are you familiar with this guy?
Is he the one that said...
He is the performance immediately after the shooting. I believe he was saying that he had the shooter. He's also a witness to 9/11, called to the bomb.
And did he have any help? They said, oh, well, we have DNA on the rifle. And I want all that information. That's a good tie, right? Now, was there a group of people?
What's a pat?
Yeah, whatever. We've seen all of it, bro. We've seen it all. It is what it is. At this point, it is what it is. We've seen it all. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day, man. Thank you guys for being here with me today. Thank you again to Mima for the $5 super chat. Again, I'll give you guys another few minutes. If anyone else wants to send their super chats through and get your guys' name written on the donor wall, along with supporting your boy on his road to 100,000 subs, allowing me to be able to do this from Monday to Friday, 9:30 in the morning to about 1 to 2. You guys are awesome for always helping me out. I have the best community on YouTube, and like I say, I'm very grateful to have the community I have, because without you guys, I wouldn't be where I'm at on this channel, and I wouldn't be motivated like I am. You guys motivate me daily to continue to go and continue to grind, because I continue to build one of the best communities I feel like I have on YouTube. And it's all because of you guys, man. I couldn't be any more grateful. The feeling of gratitude is the best feeling in the world. Thank you a little bit. Love you, girl. Appreciate you. And it's never bye, okay? It's see you later. It's see you later. It's never bye. It's only see you later. All right, guys. See you later. Stay awesome, everybody. YouTube Paisley. Everybody, tune in tomorrow. CDT time, 9:30. Tune in tomorrow. Come show love. Come show up. Oh, God, here comes FaceTime. I accidentally opened FaceTime. Good thing I shut everything down. Anyways, come show love tomorrow. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. On the road to 10,000, man. You guys are the best. Look out for some content I'll be dropping soon. I'm working on some videos. Got some video ideas coming through, so make sure you go like and support.